Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of Digital Dungeons. Somebody's got a feedback issue going on right now, but
I'm watching the stream without actually muting the stream.
Yeah, is someone watching? I have it muted on my end.
Yeah, you have to mute the stream.
I got it muted on my end.
But I think we're going to be talking about it.
Okay, it's good. It's all right. It's our first time ever in the history of Digital Dungeons doing a tabletop RPG roundtable panel. It is Extra Life's Tabletop Appreciation Weekend, kicking off the 21st and 22nd, celebrating tabletop gaming across the enterprise. We are here with several members of the Digital Dungeons Academy, our Discord server that you can join if you want to be a member of, in the links down below in the About section. And we're here to pretty much talk everything about game mastering, being a player, several different GMs here to give their perspectives, how to design a session zero, how to build robust RPG characters. And essentially, we're going to spend the next few hours talking about gaming. We're going to take questions from the audience for anybody following who wants to jump in. And we're doing this all to try to raise a little bit of money for Extra Life. You'll see the banner up there. So far this year, we've raised $1,345 supporting Extra Life charity. Last year, we raised $1,500. We want to try to exceed that this year. We've set a goal of $2,500. We're super close to beating last year's total, and we're definitely going to try to exceed those goals going on. If you can support Extra Life, that would be phenomenal. And so you don't have to just stare at our ugly mugs all day talking about gaming and doing everything else. We have our very special artist, Olive. They are also going to be our moderator for the day. They have our agenda. They are going to do some drawing, some characters, some things like that. So you'll get to see some RPG themed drawing and some support Extra Life, you cowards, drawings as we go through the day here and get to see some things and participate and have a little bit of fun. With that, we'll go ahead. We'll let those who are in our panel go ahead and introduce themselves. We'll start with our moderator, Olive, if they want to kick us off a little bit here.
Yes, hello. My name is Olive. I am the one doing the art in the background. And yeah, I'm the best moderator on the Digital Dungeons Academy Discord server, as voted by the people. Some people also call me Olive, so that's an offer. And you'll probably just be hearing me talk a lot today because I have a lot of emotions about Dungeons & Dragons and TTRPGs in general.
All right, and then next we are go ahead and introduce Vulcan.
Howdy. Some of you, if you follow Digital Dungeons Academy, might know me from one of our older streams, The Skies of Ascarius. I was the bard in the campaign. I also ran last year's Christmas Extra Life stream. I was the dungeon master for our How Orcus Stole Christmas last year.
Oh no.
So this year we're actually going to be doing a Astral Express mockery for Christmas for the mockery of the Polar Express, but it'll be fun. So if you guys want to stream in on the Christmas, but yeah, Vulcan, otherwise known as Old Man Vulcan or Grumpy Dwarf or whatever you want to call me, fine. I've DM'd a few games, played in a little bit of input here.
All right, and next on our current panel right now, Sangsturm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sangsturm. I am a member and founder of a small group called the Encompass Campaigns. We used to do streaming Twitch to where we did a lot of homebrew stuff. I'm a member of the DDA, Digital Dungeons Academy, for about 2 to 3 months, and I have quickly gained a reputation for talking in elaborate amounts of text and never shutting up. As far as like my experiences go, I've been playing since about 15, which is about half my life. Jeez. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just here to bully everyone else with ridiculous amounts of words, and I'll pass it back to our host.
And it's not on video chat today because we don't mandate it, but a very valued member of the Digital Dungeons Academy. RM, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself. The only DDA Brit, I might add.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yep, I'm RM. I'm here to add an international flavour to this roundtable. Add some prestige. I've been into TTRPGs now for 4 years and DMing for 2.5, and I'm just here to add, an international perspective and maybe some non-D&D Pathfinder game perspective as well.
All right, and I guess I should introduce myself and at least say a little something. Sir Bayard on the forum. I'm one of the founding members of the Digital Dungeons Academy. I've been playing tabletop RPGs since around 1998 on the board game. I started with AD&D 2nd edition. Might have been playing tabletop RPGs longer than Olive has actually been alive.
Okay, well.
Close to, perhaps. But I've played a whole slew of games. I even started playing like AD&D computer games even before 1998, like back in the late 80s, early 90s, TSR red boxes. When I was a very little kid, I didn't understand that it was actually linked to a tabletop game that my dad used to play in the living room, and I had no idea what any of that meant until I was a little bit older.
I remember my actual first experience with something similar. I had AD&D, Eye of the Beholder. I had no idea what was going on because I didn't know how to create a character. But
Yep.
this worked on everything. So, yeah.
Started with Pools of Radiance, so that dates how old I am. I played all kinds of tabletop games, not just D&D. Played Pathfinder, I've played Open Legend, I've played Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse. I've played tons of different systems here and there. I can't list them all. It's something like 15, 16, 17 different systems, some that people probably never even heard of, like in Nomine and Angel versus Devils in the real world game. Like, I've touched on a little bit of everything, so hopefully that brings a little bit of perspective here. Very, very passionate about uniting the tabletop gaming world in a digital era. That's why we founded Digital Dungeons, and that's what we're all about on our channel. We're hoping to share some of those experiences with you all here today. So to get started, we're going to toss it back over to Olive and let them kind of take over the moderation. We got a little bit of an itinerary we're going to try to follow, but being tabletop gamers, we all know we're going to go in tangents that kind of go everywhere. And we will take, of course, any questions out in the chat. Anything you guys want to toss out, you want to ask us about a topic or stuff like that, jump in there. As we stream, we've opened up our channel on Discord to anybody who's an active member of the server. They can jump in and participate. So you might see some other people come in and give perspectives throughout the stream time. We want to allow lots of people to have the opportunity to participate, kind of drop in, drop out, and toss in their ideas and suggestions. So we might have some other people come in from time to time, and we'll handle that as we go along. With that, I'll toss it over to Olive to kick off our initial sensing.
Yeah, so my first question was going to be how long has everyone been playing, but everyone answered that except me already. So I've been playing for about 8 years now, DMing for 3, all D&D with the little bit of Pathfinder, maybe a little bit of Pathfinder 2e because Bayard likes to bully me. But yeah, that's my experience. Yeah, Bayard is a bully. It's true. That's actually my first question. Why is Bayard such a bully to me?
I'm just saying Pathfinder 2nd Edition is the best D20 based RPG system on the market today. So
Okay,
I'll just leave it at that.
That belittles other games.
This message brought to you by Fizo.
I'm not belittling others. Other D20 systems are all great systems, but
We've already gone off
one of
on
them
a
has to be the
tangent.
best.
Yeah, no, I don't think I stated how long I've been playing. I've been playing for about 19 years. I've only been DMing for about 3. But yeah, so
Yeah, see, we've been
that was
DMing
what
for
I
the
meant, yeah.
we've been DMing for the same amount of time, which is
Yeah.
crazy because you're what, twice my age?
Maybe I
Yeah,
should have
so-
changed my intro to say I've been GMing since 1998 because
Yeah,
I
you've
don't,
been GMing longer than I've been
because I
alive.
never get to be a player.
It's true.
I've got a seat open for when you have time.
When I
Yeah.
move.
When you move.
Time. So that's the enemy of every gamer out there is time. It's what
You're
you
not
don't have.
wrong.
And time
Yeah.
zones.
Time
And
zones are the
time
other-
zones.
Yes, time and
We-
time zones.
We literally
sure
just
I'll
had
get
that
them.
problem. Yeah, me and Vulcan literally just had that problem earlier today.
It's my
'cause-
curse.
Yeah, Vulcan's cursing my game, and that's okay. We still love him. Okay, so what question do I want to start off with? Yeah, okay. So let's start off with like just a general question. I think we're all GMs here. And so let's just start off with like a simple question like how do you overcome first time GMing anxiety? There are a lot of people I personally know who like want to try GMing or DMing or whatever you call it. But like, you know, they're like worried about getting into it. So like what are all your recommendations for like getting over first time DMing anxiety?
So, I'll if you don't mind, I'll go first on this because I'm
Go for it.
one of the more fairly recent GM wise. So I was always afraid to GM. I never thought I could storytell very well at all. Eventually, what you got to do is you just kind of have to try. You know, yeah, you might suck at it, and then you can say, okay, I'm not good at this. I'm not going to do it. But you don't know that until you try. You got to find a group of people that you're comfortable playing with, right? And you get some other people who may have be GMs already, and then you just run like a one shot with a couple of your friends, or something. You know, just try and throw some stuff together, or even buy a module that walks you through it, read it, and then figure out how you'd like it to look for you, how you want to play it, and then just try. It's all you really can do. It's very rough to step across that initial threshold because anxiety just kills you. Literally, GM anxiety is a thing that is I don't even know. It's hard to put in words, but once you've actually tried it, and you have to come to understand that there's no one right way to be a GM. So just because you don't think you'd be good at it doesn't mean you won't be good at it. You can do however you want to do. If you're not comfortable with the gaming system, you can find another tabletop RPG to run for your friends. It doesn't have to be Dungeons & Dragons. It doesn't have to be Pathfinder 2E. You can go find and run a Shadowrun game, or like Bayard was saying, you play Vampire the Masquerade or Werewolf the Apocalypse. One of the first games that I openly ran was actually Scion, which is a little known White Wolf game, Children of the Gods, whatnot.
Oh hell yeah.
So that was, and I just ran it for a bunch of my friends, and they really took to it. Unfortunately, I had to stop running it because I went to Korea and the time zones were a goddamn nightmare. But we had a lot of fun, and basically that's all it's about in the end, is just having fun, right? And if you find that you don't have fun running the game and seeing other people play, take a break, right? Yeah, it's hard to find games because nobody wants to be the GM and nobody wants to be the forever GM. But if you try to GM all the time, you burn yourself out. You gotta be careful about that too.
So,
Bayard.
if we go next, things I found about GM anxiety, especially first time. Just so you know, I had, in my experiences, and from a lot of what I've heard from people, first time GM anxiety will inevitably just lead to second and third time, and fourth time, and 50th time, and 100th time GM anxiety. That never fully went away from me. Like every time I start up a new session, it's like, okay, what do I gotta do? What do I gotta do? I gotta do this, I gotta do this, I gotta do this. It's a little overwhelming, it's a little taxing, and you gotta juggle a lot of plates, or spin a lot of plates and juggle a lot of balls, whatever, mixing metaphors here. GMing anxiety is not, it's not a death knell by any means. If your players should understand that you're new to this, and if you have players that don't work with that, then you need to have discussions with them as well. GMing is a thing for people who, as far as I've seen, some of them, if you like to have a bit of control, if you want to do a module, that's always a great idea. I believe all of you said you exclusively do modules, right?
Yeah, I at least I exclusively DM modules.
Oh, okay. And modules are a great way. There's a couple really good starter modules, like explicitly mentioned for starter modules in pretty much every system. I know, for example, D&D 5e has the Lost Mines of Phandelver, which is a really good walkthrough for pretty much everything.
Superb module. Always highly
Yeah,
recommend.
it is rated as one of the best 5e modules ever written, and that's really good because it's the first module most people play. So
right behind Chris's Strahd, baby.
What would you recommend from Pathfinder Second for
Pathfinder Second Edition actually does have a beginner box. So it comes with if you buy the physical version, it comes with an adventure, pawns, tokens, right, maps. It comes with everything you need, including starter characters. And then they have an adventure that takes place right after that as a standalone adventure. So if you really like it and you like the area and where the starter is, it kind of segues into another adventure called Troubles in Otari that you can key off of. I know 5e also has their ability where you can key off Phandelver and just several other adventures and short ones as well.
Yeah.
I know there's a very good series that I've watched called Running the Game. It's by Matthew Colville. He actually has a one-shot, which is another recommendation for starting GMs. Just to dip your toes in, find a one-shot module. He's got one called the Delian Tomb, which I actually, like I said, I'm familiar with game mastering in general, but I had a bunch of new players there. This allowed them to dip their toes in it. It's a great module for if you want to try GMing or if you want to try being a player for the very first time. You can find someone to run something like a one-shot just to see if you're interested. It's a very good method of doing so. That way you don't have to have an express commitment. You won't feel like you're obligated. Sunk cost fallacy is always a big one. And especially as a first-time GM, don't think you have to homebrew things.
For sure.
Because as someone, again, I've had a lot of years, most if not every campaign I've ever done, I think with the exception of I did a D&D 4th E module, and I can't even remember the name of it. It was I think it was their starter adventure in that a long time ago. But everything I've done is in a homebrew world. So, yeah.
Yeah.
How about you, RM?
One-shot things are great. There are servers out there. There are places out there you can go to get into that's exclusively do one-shots, and that's again, like he was saying, is a great place to dip your toes in. He's like, hey, I'd like to try GMing, and then you just put something together and you just kind of throw it out there and see how the people feel.
You can even say the server that we're all on.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we actually do one-shots on our server?
I was gonna say there's been talks. I know there's been talks about doing like a West Marches style DDA sort of setup.
There was also this guy by the name of Vulcan who was gonna teach D&D for people.
And look, my schedule is a nightmare. I'm sorry.
As a person who has to schedule around Vulcan's schedule, I can attest to that. It is a nightmare.
As far as one shots go, if I don't know how many people are interested in GMing on the server, but there are always interested players. So if there is players who are brand new, I've taken a batch of them at one point and ran them through the aforementioned Delian Tomb. Worked really well. The 6 of them, I think it was 5 or 6, did very enjoyably. So I'd imagine that there are a bunch of players who would be more than less happy to find a first-time GM and just to play.
Oh yeah, statistically, just to give you numbers, just from our server alone, we have 294 people looking for a group and 49 people willing to GM. And GMing is a time commitment, so those 49 people, they recruit a few and then they kind of hop down and then they're full, right? So there's always room for more GMs. And as we loop back to GMing anxiety, I think you guys hit on a really important thing about starting small, doing this, doing that. Vulcan mentioned something about a fear of being bad. Let's be honest here. Your first time, you're gonna suck. Everybody sucks their first time. Everybody
I still suck.
is horrible their first time in your own mind. But it doesn't matter, because what matters is everybody having fun at the table, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can get the rules wrong, you can mess stuff up, you can do this, do that, right? But the key of running a successful game is having fun, right? And as long as you guys are all having fun, you don't need to worry about, oh, I messed up, or oh, I forgot about this ability, or oh, I screwed this up. Because people are having fun.
Oh, I forgot to make tokens for every single NPC that I planned on talking with. Because I totally didn't do this last night.
And I think...
Oh shit, I need names for these. What am I gonna...
I have a random name generator on my phone, okay? It's the very, like, top spot on there. It's called Fantasy Name Generator. It just...
Oh, yeah.
I use it during session, right? I use it during the session constantly. But... I think that's some of us who are old school GMs. You know, I've been GMing for 23 years. It helps us a bit to not freak out too much about production value, because when we started, like, the enemies were represented by D4 scattered on a table with no grid, and we were kind of like, all right, this D4 is a goblin, and this D6 is the ogre, and you just kind of move them around a little bit. And
there's two ogres. Well, yeah. Which one's which? Well, this is ogre 1 because we put the 1 on the top, and this is ogre 2 because we put the 2 on the top.
Exactly. So
large. Yeah, that's why I put them on the vertices of the squares. Duh. Come on.
Yeah. And anxiety never goes away, though. Right? 23 years as a GM, I go into every session worried. I have a session tomorrow playing Agents of Edgewatch. I stream my games online. A terrifying prospect, in case you're curious. Being a Twitch streamer for D&D or Pathfinder or any tabletop RPG is terrifying. I go into every session like, okay, what if I mess up a rule and there's a bunch of people watching our game and they're like, this guy's a shitty GM. I can't believe he messed up how to do counteract check in Pathfinder 2nd edition.
And that's another thing, okay? Don't compare yourself to the famous GM streamers. Like that. Don't get into
Lord,
that.
Don't do it.
Don't get into that loop. You don't have to worry about being Matt Mercer, this storyteller person. You can be yourself as your GM. That's fine. Make mistakes. Live.
Listen, a side tangent about, like, not having stuff prepared. I have, like, in one of my games right now, if you're one of my players, don't perceive what I'm about to say.
She wants to kill everyone.
Yeah, it's true. I do. No. If you're one of my players in my Out of the Abyss game and you're listening right now, don't perceive what I'm about to say. I had a session last Sunday wherein the character was talking with the Raven Queen, and the character, I realized that the Raven Queen was about to say the character's dad's name, and the character didn't know his dad's name, and I panicked so hard. I had to, like, quickly, like, look up his name, like, a random name for the dad, and, like, I was supposed to have this all prepared, and then, like, we had another session 2 days later, and then I had another character who was supposed to mention the dad's name, completely forgot the name, and I just, like, avoided it at all costs. And thank the Raven Queen that I record my sessions, because I can go back and listen to it. But it's like, stuff like that happens all the time.
I keep this sticky notepad here to write down random names and things. Like, Larry, you can ask Vulcan, like, I would have to randomly generate the name of an island they were sailing to, and be like, it's Grenthal, and I would write it on a sticky note,
I love Grenthal.
And then I'm like,
the best place ever.
and it has a town, and the town's name is also Grenthal, because the guy's just not creative.
The guy who runs the tavern is actually the guy in charge of the town, and his name is Grenthal.
He named it after himself.
His grandfather was Grenthal, and he is now Grenthal.
All of the deadlines, it very, very much on the Twitch thing. I actually ran one for about 9 months, and I wasn't the GM, thankfully, but it came to the point, and this is why I give credit to anyone who's actually doing the streams. It got so taxing for us to just have the DM stuff that I actually, in character, like, I was playing a character who died. Like, I purposely, like, we had this elaborate bit, and I went to do sound and checking up notes and world building, because it was a collaborative world building effort as well. That was kind of the whole gimmick of Encompass World. But it actually ended up working a lot better there because I would do ambient noises and writing up notes and coming up with names. It was a lot. So DMing and running the cameras and all that is impressive. So kudos to you for that.
Yeah, there's definitely a thing. Yeah, but like getting support, don't be afraid to ask your players to help you out. If you know your players are experienced and are willing to help, don't be afraid to take them up on it. Don't be afraid of, I'll ruin the game if I let them into the inner circle of how they. No, it doesn't ruin anything. You're there to have fun. And if they can help and alleviate some of your stress, let them. They want to help. If they offer, they probably meet it.
Yep.
Don't.
Yeah.
Sure.
Blue Man helps me out in like every game that we play in together. I'm like, he helps me world build even. I'll come like when his characters died in Skies of Icarius and he was bringing in his new wizard. He developed the entire order of like wizards that worked inside this empire, and I let him world build that whole thing. And then I was just like, this is it. And then on the side when we're actually playing, you know, Vulcan would ask questions about this order, and I would send Blue Man a question. I'm like, you tell me, like, how does this work?
Yeah. I think I have another question that's sort of like that, but like I am a player who will like world build to death. Like I am that player who's like, I will go to the GM and say, oh, by the way, here's this small detail of my character. Have all of the information I have written on it, which is like paragraphs and paragraphs of content. Like last night, I actually just spent the entire night like world building Neverwinter, because like it's criminally underappreciated, my beloved town of Neverwinter. So I just like rebuilt it from the ground up, and I sent it to my DM, and I was like, I don't think you need this, but like here, have everything about Neverwinter. And he was like, you have no idea how much I actually needed this and how much I didn't want to think about it. And like all of this stuff, like if like delegate stuff to your players if you can. Like in another campaign I'm in, it's a homebrew world, and basically like the DM, like all our characters are from like different areas on the map, and the DM was like, okay, cool, so you're gonna pick where you're from and then you're gonna tell me everything about this area. And so like everyone got to world build like their own little area of the world where they came from. And so like one of the players, he's a minotaur flavored to be a moose. And so like he's created this whole like Aboriginal inspired tribe of moose people, like that like come from this place in the world, and it's like all this like really cool stuff like that. I of course don't get to participate in the fun because my character is from Earth, but point still stands.
I have nightmares about providing information about background race stuff because of Skies of Icarius, because the DM, being a wonderful DM that he is, let me bring in my homebrew race, but then he told me that I had to tell him where I came from, and I was like, what? and I had to come up with like, well, they live in the Warring, so they're probably from the very little bit of surface, because Skies of Icarius it's a Sky Pirates game with a bunch of sky islands, right? Sky continents, as it were. So there's very little actual ground down on the ground level. But my race was from the ground level. They lived in the warrens and the tunnels and things like that underground to hide from whatever big nasty monsters were down there or whatever, because the ground wasn't as civilized and cultured as the Sky Islands or whatever. So I had to provide this. And then what does he do? He turns my race into slaves.
No. No. You.
I didn't do anything.
Directly.
I did exactly what I was hired to do. I did what I was hired to do. And then he spins it all and he turns my race into slaves because I did what I was hired to do.
Look, he poisoned a prince of the realm and then stole valuable artifacts from a prince of the realm. So the prince was hunting him down.
That's how you
Revisionist history from someone here.
What?
This sounds like revisionist history from
The
someone
worst part is I build this entire map of the Warrens for them to go explore. I spent 2 weeks building this map, and I seeded like a very important like story artifact in there and everything. And then instead of sneaking in, they decide to attack this garrison. They blow up this ship with Blue Man's character on it. He takes so much damage that he triggers the massive damage instant death rule in 5th edition.
Oh my god.
Right? It was beyond the normal like damage that you would take.
Yeah.
So his character just is dead, like pretty much disintegrated, body parts raining down on people. So they run away and they don't even explore the warrens.
You know what? I feel that out of the abyss, my party got to Sloopadoop. They looked at the town and said, "Nah, I think we're gonna make up a god and then run away." And so they did that. They just made up a god. The changeling turned into this made-up god, and then they just ran away. And I was like, "Hey guys, I had plot stuff for you." So I sent a Demogorgon after their asses.
Went on a sick demons on them.
Exactly. Benefits of Out of the Abyss. Highly recommend running Out of the Abyss. I was terrified to run it, but like, I highly recommend running it. It's super fun in the end.
There was something that I believe it was you, Oliver, that actually mentioned was the idea that everyone got to make up their own homeland.
Yeah.
I really actually enjoy that. That's pretty much how like our entire world got built over the span of like 10 years.
Yeah, that's... Sorry, go ahead.
We've both of my current campaigns are going to be operating on similar principles. The group, rather than it's a little different because instead of making up one homeland or making up each individual homeland, the entire party is playing the same race, and what they do determines their history and whatnot. So one of my parties got stuck playing humans for reasons that are story locked. But the other party I managed, which again pulled most of them from Digital Dungeons, go check them out, go check us out, send us presents. They decided that they wanted to play a version of dwarves. So we have made a full-on, semi-believable-ish. I mean, it's fantasy, so you do what you will with that, but a fairly like well-developed, interesting dwarven society that actually differs a little bit from the regular. For one, dwarves have tusks.
Whoa!
Yeah, not a huge thing, but also like they're very canonically locked with having truth, like because they write all their history down, and if you write down a lie, it becomes the runes that they write in become volatile and explode. And someone did that and actually sunk an entire city about that.
Shoot.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you are, Em, actually. We haven't heard from you much.
Yeah, are we still on anxiety, or we moved on to something else?
Anxiety's fine. Go for it.
We're still on anxiety. It's just...
Are you? Do you have anxious problems about talking about anxiety? I mean, that's fine.
No. I mean, a lot of what I wanted to say is already being taken. So when you're starting out, like, go with people you happy to work with. You know, so let them know. Oh yeah, you're new. You're going to make mistakes. As long as you have fun, it's going to be fine. And sometimes your mistakes might be better than the rules of a game. For all you know, like you think a rule works one way, and it turns out, oh, we like this so much, and then you find out what the real rule is, and it's like, oh, I like our way better. Like, I mean, you've got the rules and you've got everything you've got, but in the end, you want to have fun, even if it's not quite the same as everyone else. As long as it's fun for your table, like, go with it, and, you know, start small, and, like, every RPG is like a first draft. Like, if you look at a book, you think, oh, that's amazing, but, like, that's after 10 drafts and, like, a team of people working on it, or a movie or a TV show. Like, that's not what people start off with. It might be like something completely awful, worse than the game you run, and then you've got other people like smoothing things over and over until it looks good and you see the best product. So you always start with the first draft and just be comfortable with that. It's going to be mistakes. It's not going to be perfect, but have fun.
Yeah, and that's another nice thing about like a lot of the tabletop RPGs. Like they have written rules, but then if you feel that something doesn't fit quite right with your gaming style, you can, as long as you put it out to your players, it's like, hey, I know the book says this, but I'd like to run it like this.
Yeah.
I believe it's rule
players are
0.
good with that.
Rule 0, every rule in the
Yeah.
book is merely a suggestion. The major rule is have fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rules are a
exactly.
great framework, right? And we all operate off of a common framework. That's the rules, right? But as long as you're transparent with your players about what you want to change, and then you're consistent with that change, those are the two big things, right? If you're going to change a rule, consistency so that the players understand the framework. That's probably, I think, where a lot of first-time GMs encounter problems with their players is they'll start homebrewing rules and make a bunch of changes. They don't tell their players about it in advance, so the players operate off this perspective. They're like, this is how this works. And then a GM's like, no, it works this way in my world, but they don't tell them until after it's already happened. And then they're not consistent, so each time the player tries to do something, that homebrew rule is not enforced the same way every time, and that creates a lot of frustration we see for first-time GMs trying to change the rules. You're more than welcome to change your rules. Just let your players know and make sure that they agree to what that framework change is going to be so that you're all on the same page so that we can operate in harmony together.
And also, if your players want to change a rule, make sure they explain it to you, because sometimes they'll do that and then they forget to tell you, which is fine. I'm also a very forgetful person. But yeah,
Read people?
make sure everything you do is transparent with your DM and players. Fun side tangent
Now, to
about
be
that.
fair, there's a lot of things that are worded in the manuals that the wording isn't exactly the clearest.
Yeah, that's why there's a difference between raw, rye, and RAF.
Right,
Yeah, rules is
exactly.
written, rules is fun, and rules is interpreted or intended. But definitely, there are groups with thousands of members dedicated solely to how to interpret the way certain things are written. So,
for sure.
So if you don't understand how something is, you're not alone, probably.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. And then, of course, if you have someone who is belligerent about, no, that's not how it's written, or no, that's not what they meant, don't get into an argument with your players about things like that. Let them know, look, either you can accept the things the way they are, or we're gonna have to, just agree to disagree here because I'm trying to run a game. Don't let them, don't let your players walk all over you in that sense, because you are the GM. But accept criticism, but don't encourage players to take over your game.
Yeah, exactly. Fun side tangent about misinterpreting things. In my Out of the Abyss game, we have an artificer in our group, and he was casting Shatter, but either I didn't hear him or he didn't say that he was casting Shatter, and he just described himself throwing a bomb at the monster and then told me to make some sort of save. And so I was like, cool, I made the save. And then I got a nat 20, and I didn't know that he was casting a spell on me, so I was like, cool, the monster spits out the bomb at your allies, and the allies take the damage that he would have taken, because it was supposed to be halved, but he got a nat 20. And then I didn't understand why the player was so confused until we talked about it afterwards, and he was like, I cast Shatter, that's not how Shatter works. And I was like, you did what? I thought you could tell me artificers, rangers, monks, druids could do anything? I would believe you. I just thought it was a straight up bomb.
Turns out that monks can in fact run the speed of sound, and
everyone does this to me. Everyone does this. I say that, and then everyone just like tells me something random that monks or druids or artificers can do.
And what if I told you a bard can increase their own AC?
I know I'm a bard. You can't fool me. I'm a bard, man. I'm a bard.
Druids can live forever, so I mean.
Druids, I know that they can live forever. That's an actual thing I know they could do.
So, I'll tangent. What's the next question?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
What's the question for 40 minutes? That's a new record.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Okay. Let me pick a second question. Yeah, let's talk about session zeros. What are your tips for running session zeros? One of the things we have in specific to mention is safety tools, and I'm gonna start with RM because poor RM got shysted last question.
Well, luckily enough, I just did a session 0 like a few hours ago.
Yes. Give us that fresh wisdom.
Right. So, session 0, you describe what the campaign is about in general. Make sure it's something that people are all okay with. Like, it turns out someone came about with rangers and druids and it's all set in one city indoors. Let them know what it's about in that sense. Establish boundaries. Like, some people like a very nice D&D game. Like, it's basically like, a PG-13 show. There's nothing like horrible in. And some people are, up for anything, but yes. I think I lost my train of thought there, but yeah, establish boundaries, make sure they know what the campaign's about, make sure someone knows how to build a character if anyone's new.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, if anyone's new, make sure to explain what the game is about and make sure they know, oh, yep, you're working together as a team, don't be the guy who steals from the rest of the party and stabs them in the sleep, etc., etc.
What kind of person would have a character who would do that?
Olive.
Me. Okay, I've only done it like twice.
This year?
I
Okay, listen, I make problem characters. This is a fact.
I actually have.
I can relate, so.
Along with setting the boundaries is are going to all be starting in this one area. Okay, you can come from anywhere, and because Curse of Strahd in this case, like you're in it's kind of like an extra dimensional space, right? Extra planar space that you're going to end up in magically. So
Yep.
Do your background, whatnot, and so that gives you a little bit more open stuff. Whereas if you were playing Lost Mines of Phandelver, you start in Neverwinter on your way south to Waterdeep or whatever the case may be, or something like that. So you're just like, so you're all in Faerun, right? So kind of based off of that, and if you want to have a character from outside of there, you kind of have to talk to players about whether or not you're going to allow outside setting influence. Like if you're going to let a Warforged drop in from Eberron into Faerun to play the game, right? And it's like, oh, well, I guess that could be okay. We'll just say that a portal opened and you got dropped in, whatever the case may be. Sure, we'll figure something out. But it's up to you to let your players know what you're willing to flex on, not just what your boundaries are, but what you're willing to let them play with, right? To keep things fun for them. So boundaries are good, but also, again, letting them know that you're willing to work to enhance their as well.
All right, I think I'm back now. My mixer died for some reason and auto shut off my mic.
Oh God!
And I missed a little bit of the conversation, but I came in with Vulcan talking about boundaries and stuff like that. So one thing I was saying, I have a document from all my session zeros. It's a Google form, right? And what I do is I lay out player expectations and GM expectations, right? So as I go through it, I'm like, what I expect from you as players, right? Learn your characters. I don't allow PvP in my games, right? So I wouldn't allow Olive to come up and stab somebody in the back, right? I've had too many.
I don't usually stab people.
I've too many bad experiences with that occurring in games and stuff, right? But then my expectations to you, like what you should expect from me as a GM, right? To be fair, to give you opportunities to shine, to incorporate your backstories, how to go through all the different scenarios so I can lay down sort of what we're going through. It's a pretty long document. I can share it with people and they want, right? But I talk about not metagaming. If we're running a module, you're not allowed to read it, right? If you're reading the module that we're running, we're gonna have problems. How real life is more important than the game, right? So don't like sacrifice your life over a game. Let us know. I have rules about table behavior, like alcohol consumption, right? I allow people to drink, but I don't allow people to get belligerently drunk, because I've had players who got belligerently drunk at the table and just started like literally like banned from my house for all time, belligerently drunk players. I have
It happened once.
yeah, I have
Vulcan, why would you do that to Bear's house?
He deserved it. Don't let him lie to you.
right? I don't allow players to tell people that they're playing their character wrong, right? I don't allow people to really be on their cell phones and stuff, because I had players who would show up and they'd play Clash of Clans until it was their turn in combat, right? But and I go through respect, and then we go through what are your like lines and veils, right? I let them tell me, what themes and topics do you object to? What do you not want to have in this game? I'll give like an overview, like the game in general is probably going to have these topics. Let me know if you're okay with them. But then also anything that's not listed in these topics, right, that you're not okay with, that you do not want to have in the game, right? And one of my things, I never, ever in any game allow sexual assault or rape at all, period. Don't care. It does not happen in any game I run, right? And I lay that out there right there. There is no sexual violence in any game that I'll ever run, ever. Some people want games that have that. Not at my table, right? And I tell them, like, it's not okay. And we run through kind of what is okay, what's not okay, and then we talk about, okay, I'm okay with this if it happens off scene, right? I'm okay with the discussion that this occurs, but I don't want to be like a part of it. Or I'm okay with like this happening in the game. Like maybe I'm okay with, dead fetuses and Agents of Edgewatch and dead babies is okay, but I don't personally want to be part of like killing a baby, and figure out where those lines are and what's going on with that.
I think one thing is that you do have to make sure to, while establish your veils, you also remember that you, the GM, are a player. So if you find that you have been, like, say you have a game that does require some amount of, I don't know, heavy commentary, like, I'm just thinking of an example. We've had ones where massacres, genocides have happened. That was the theme. That it was clearly not a welcome thing. Like it was the bad guys doing it. But if a player would have not felt comfortable, you don't necessarily have to play with them, because you are a player too. And if you have to rewrite your entire game for scenarios like that, that may just be a GMing style that needs to be. That's what session zeros are good for. One thing I always think is important for a session zero. I am stuttering like crazy today. I don't know why.
All good.
No, it's annoying. I've been doing it on GM sessions too. I've been getting reference to Jeff Goldblum. Yes, I've been doing that as a DM. To what type of game, not just in theme, but in how severe and how much gravitas you are giving your campaign. I think one of my previous groups, all of them were great players, but unfortunately, a couple of us had a little bit different styles of expectations of the game. We had a couple of us who were playing very silly characters, and a couple of us who were playing rather serious characters. And while it was fine for a while, eventually it got to the point where, players like all players like some form of memes and silly references to whatever nostalgia or childhood or whatnot they have. They want to make these elaborate, but if you're playing a game that does require a bit more of a serious tone, as set by either the GM or the player's expectations, then sometimes you might need to that's what you need to discuss in session zero and stick with it. Because it's not that any of the players I had were bad. Everyone was a fantastic player and enjoyed their character and played him and paid attention. But because that we had different styles in approaching seriousness and silliness, and when one was appropriate and when one wasn't, the group fell apart, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'd
another
like
thing.
to. Oh,
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry, Olive. Another
No,
thing
go
I was
for
going
it.
to say is like how deadly is your game. Like, some people don't want anything bad, really bad, to happen to their character, or they, commission art of the character they've had in their head for ages, and they'd be really, really upset if they died, and say, oh, please, I don't want this character to die or have anything bad happen to them. And say if you run a deadly game, then it may be a bad fit, or you may need to do a different type of campaign or different type of system. And like some systems, part of the appeal kind of is, oh, horrible things happen to your character, like Call of Cthulhu. Like, maybe you get out unscathed, but it's sort of unlucky and not really what the game's about. So I think that's also a thing to talk with your players, like, oh, horrible things could happen, or this is going to be really, really lighthearted and nothing's bad's going to ever happen, and it's sort of like a cartoon.
And it's also that's a thing that I think is okay to like have like differences in the same table, and it can work out fine, because like I run some games where like whenever I'm trying to do a session 0, I always try to be like, okay, so like who would be okay with their character absolutely just biting the bullet at any minute, who would like some warning, and who doesn't want their character to die. Like obviously I'll ask this in private to like each person, but like I think that's one of the exceptions that's like it's okay to have differing opinions on it, as long as people are okay like with like other characters dying, because I also know there are some players who like are like, I don't even want other people's characters to die because that'll stress me out, which also is fine and valid of them.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's really good, is that none of these styles are worse or better than the other. Some tables like darker topics. Some people like more deadly combat. Some people like just more combat and less roleplay. I'm here to roll dice to not have, just to play effectively a board game. People like games like that. I know that there are, again, modules like Dungeons of the Mad Mage is a perfect example of that. It's a mega dungeon. It is designed for people who like deadlier combats, like to roll more dice, and not saying you can't roleplay in it, but it's not one that focuses on the political intrigues of this massive super dungeon. And you just need to establish with your group ahead of time. Pretty much every answer to almost every problem comes down to talk with your players.
I often have in my I break down the 3 pillars, right? For those of you who are new, there's 3 pillars that build the RPG, right? It's combat, exploration, and social interaction. The 3rd pillar is not it's not roleplay, it's social interaction. There's something's happening here. Okay.
I will say that the pillar of exploration goes criminally underused, because so many things in exploration can be solved by a level 1 spell.
Yeah, and exploration includes things like puzzles and traps and things like that, but there's not as great a foundation in a lot of rules frameworks for exploration. But I have sliding scales where I ask my players, what do you prefer? How much combat do you like? How much exploration do you like? How much social interaction, right? Me personally, like, I love very tactical combat-based games. I like a lot of social interaction and role-playing. I'm not a big fan of hex crawling. I'm not a huge fan of puzzles, but I like having them from time to time. But if like your game was nothing, there was no combat and everything was solved by exploring and solving riddles and puzzles and traps, I just wouldn't have as much fun in it as another game kind of deal. So I ask my players, like, what do you like and what do you enjoy? If all my players say they absolutely hate riddles, I'm not going to toss any riddles in a game, because I just know they won't enjoy it. And I try to ask that in session 0 as we go through.
Totally. Anyone else has some?
We also did get our first donation. Thank you so much to the anonymous person who brought us up to an even 1,400.
Oh, hell yeah. Also, side note about the donations, I am now part of the Digital Dungeons team on Extra Life, so if you want to dunk on Bayard even further by not donating to him so he doesn't get his dice.
That donation actually did go to you, so you got a $54.96 donation.
Thank you, anonymous person, for helping me dunk on Bayard. Does anyone have any lasting comments on closing comments on this question?
Oh, I do have one more.
Yeah.
Session 0 does not have to happen only before session 1. You can have
Yup.
multiple session 0s. Have multiple session 0s.
Yeah,
Yup.
anytime you want to get together with your players and discuss something on the side, technically that counts as session 0. It's like, hey, this is coming up, and this is this, and what are you guys' opinions? That's perfectly fine. That technically, get everybody. And even if you can't all join like a voice chat to talk about it, or if you can't all meet in person, if you can like text chat with each other or whatever the case, or group chat, or if you're on Discord, reaching out and typing in, hey, I got this question, or somebody fill out the survey real quick.
Sometimes I post after like 10 or 12 sessions, I'll post a game survey. I'll be like, how are you guys enjoying the game? What are you liking? What are you not liking? How can I be a better GM? Like, what themes are working and not working? And I'll toss that out every like 10 or 20 sessions just to get like a feeler of stuff or ask people how stuff's going.
This is another oddly specific thing, but I recommend not having a session 0 right after session, because emotions are flared high one way or the other, and you won't get a good, accurate response.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, a few days later or a week later if you're not playing weekly.
Yeah, so that way people can be like, have time to dwell on it and think about it, because that's, again, another thing that kind of helped, is that people were really upset at one, maybe in the long run, not as big of a deal, or people had to think about it like, that bothered me a lot more than it should. Both of these things are entirely valid, but they take a while.
Yeah, for sure. And players always feel free to reach out to your DMs about anything going on. And DMs too. But I just know sometimes I've had players who are like, I'm kind of scared to talk to you about this. And I'm like, no, Bo, tell me everything that's going on. I am infamous for messaging my DM like about everything at all hours of the night. So, because I never sleep. But yes.
You can also never get people successfully line up for my Curse of Stride game.
All right, whatever. I'm trying my best. All right, I'm trying so hard.
If Olive wasn't running 9 games,
Like
maybe you'd
9
have more
games.
freedom.
All right,
Right?
I'm in 7. I'm only running
only
3,
7.
playing in
That's
4.
right. That's right. 2 ended just recently, didn't they?
Okay, 1 ended just recently. I was only in 8 before that. Actually, that brings us to our next question. What? How do you handle?
If I could,
No, go ahead, Caramon.
Oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
if I could just jump in for one
Go
last
for it.
topic on the, or one last thing on the session 0 topic.
Please do.
As a player, make sure you do iterate what you want out of the game during that time. That way, if you don't think you're going to enjoy the game, feel free to walk away.
Yup.
Don't have to get into an argument or nothing about it. Just if it's not something you feel that either you'd be comfortable with or that you would just even enjoy to begin with, then walk away.
Yeah.
No D&D is better than bad D&D.
I was just gonna say that no D&D is better than bad D&D, and if you're not gonna be happy and you're gonna be miserable trying to play, but you just feel like beholden to the group, the whole group's gonna suffer. You and them, right?
There's plenty of people too that are, I haven't found a game in 2 months. Still not worth it.
Yeah, you should come to Digital Dungeons Academy, join our Discord below, and become a GM, since we discussed GM anxiety for first-time GMs, and we can help you overcome that and get you connected with starting a group.
True. We have plenty of experienced GMs that can talk to you and help you out. In fact, there's another thing for GM anxiety. Just backtrack a little bit before we go to the next question. Co-DMs is an option. Sometimes if you're just starting out and you're going for your first time and you have a friend who's really good, ask them to help you walk through your first session, right?
Yep. I've co-DM'd for many people. It's super helpful to do.
Yeah. Okay, so all of you are going to bring up the next topic. Go ahead.
I was gonna bring up the next topic. Yeah.
Just roll the dice. Choose one out of the dice roll.
No, I can't. I had one like
It's an odd number.
picked. All right, whatever. Yeah, okay. While we're talking about like session 0 and safety tools, just like I want to make this a quick aside, but like tips on like how to manage your resources, both physical and mental, like as a DM.
I'll start this one if that's cool. Mostly because Bayard's muted.
No, I just went, woo! I'm gonna let you take that one.
Okay, so there are basically a few different ways. Actually, I had this discussion with a coworker of mine who was looking to start world building. I'm going to start with world building and the physical aspect. There are a billion different programs out there that will help you effectively organize and coincide with your thoughts. Mostly getting anything you can written down and realizing what's important to work with versus what's not. For physical resources, probably the ones I would recommend, depending on this is going from least to most complicated, and how you like to work with things. Google Docs is always super easy. Just writing it down, you can share it with people. You can even collaborate. We've got between an old friend of mine and quite a few other people. I think it was like a 7-person collab that's got like 55 pages in it of just notes about the world. That's been collaborated over 3 years or so. Not to mention, it's also got links to other Google Docs that have more specific notes on various cultures or whatnot, or countries or whatnot. Past that, I would say your next best option might be Microsoft's OneNote. If you have access to that, or a program like that, is a really good way. You can nest folders and organize in that aspect. It's not very complicated, although from the standpoint that I'm used to, I'm not a fan of it because I use it at work and it frustrates me to no end with just minor functionality that doesn't quite fit there. Next would be there's quite a few programs that are websites that are good for organizing thoughts. There is a Scabbard, which is spelled with only one B. If anyone wants to link that, they can. We were just actually talking about it the other day. I signed up for it just to give it a quick look. It's very simple, very intuitive. It's almost similar to Trello, if you've ever used that, although I would argue that since this is one that is built for it's more based towards campaign and resource management, is a good idea. Scabbard seems to be a very good one. It's fairly new, so I don't know. Again, it's one I just signed up for and looked at kind of to tool with. There's another one that we talked about in chat. I don't remember. It was like Goblin Notebook or something like that. Maybe some could refresh.
Yeah, there's the new Goblin one. I'll try to find the link real quick while we discuss.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, it's a brand new note organizing one.
That one seemed to look pretty good. I think they're still going through some major alpha stuff with it, so take it as you will. Past that, there's one that's Obsidian Portal, which is great for world builders. It uses HTML code if you like to work with a lot of stuff. People do very elaborate campaigns, and it's an old school one. So again, your work take it at your leisure, but it's a little bit more high powered as far as like what kind of, if you want to build a Wikipedia for your thing, that would be an excellent choice. And the fifth, and one that Charlie just mentioned, is World Anvil, which is what I use, and I know Baird has used it in the past. It is lofty. It is very powerful, very detailed if you want it to be. You can do a lot. It does have a paid subscription option. I'm starting to use it. It's one of those things that it takes time to get used to. It takes time to really get, and I unfortunately suffer through very rapid creative burnout. So I don't like. I'll sit there and be like, okay, I'm gonna get 10 articles done over this week, and it's like I'll get 3 and like.
Yeah, I think World Anvil is extraordinarily powerful, but it has that same, because it's so powerful, it's such a strong tool that sometimes it's almost overwhelming to try to use it because there's just so much, right? And sometimes, you can kind of get that paralysis trying to use it. Once you learn the system and the depths, I'm sure it's great, but sometimes I just go in there and I'm like overwhelmed. I'm like, I just want to write an article real quick, and there's 42 different types of articles you can write, and it's great if you're more organized than I am, but sometimes it's like I don't even know where to slot this right now. I just have an idea.
I just honestly put everything in a generic article and then link things. But yeah, Roundtable. It's a great system. It's just a little lofty.
Yeah, that goblin one was Goblin Notebook, the Goblin's Notebook. I put the link in Extra Life chat.
Yeah, that one's from what I saw was really good looking. I'm not a fan of the fact that I can't choose my own font yet. It's a very, very eye-appealing font, to say the least. As far as mental resources go, now there's basically three. I would say there's three major ones. One is time, and the bane of every single person's existence. This is one that you have to work through to be able to work. Mental resource of time is just, you either have to make time or determine what is important and work on that. I know some people have used the Pomodoro technique, which is you work for, I believe it's 20 minutes and then take a 5-minute break, and you just try to sprint, and you keep doing that as long as you need. Finding time is a rough thing, but if knowing what to expend your time on is probably the biggest hint that I would use, and looking at what in your world needs to be worked on that is irrelevant. And this is one thing I suffer from, and I know several people do, is that they'll be like, oh, I got this really cool idea for the cosmology, and I'm working on all these gods, and none of your players are playing a cleric or a paladin or even a druid or anything that actually deals with the gods. So as cool as those ideas are, you might want to shelve them and work on the people of the Mages Guild that your wizard and warlock are going to encounter coming up. Stuff like that. So you need to, it's as much time management as priority management. The second resource is social energy, and this is a dangerous one. This is one that causes a lot of burnout. Yeah. Sometimes, as much as you want to play and whatnot, like me, I'm more extroverted than introvert, but I need my days of just going, shut off. No, I need to play video games just to recuperate. Do not ever, like, if you start to feel like D&D becomes obligation, like you're just doing it to keep up social graces, this has been touched on a bit. It's okay to sit back for a minute. And I think everyone here has probably experienced some amount of social burnout when dealing with a lot of people. And it's especially more tedious or more prevalent if you work a job that deals with a lot of people. Like, thankfully, my job is mostly dealing with numbers, so all I have to hate is the mechanics of things, as my players have quickly found out. But for those in retail, I'm sorry, those that deal on phones all day, you really got to watch your creative and social burnout and make sure that what you're talking with with your players, you keep your energy, because if you're having a bad day, they'll know it, especially as a DM. It's like, oh, well, why did you just throw 3 liches and an adult red dragon at us? We're level 3. Oh, sorry, I had a really bad day.
Yep.
Not that I've ever done anything like that.
Why would you ever do anything like that?
Because I'm a horrible person.
No one's.
Heyo, no self-deprecation in the chat.
Yep.
Nah.
So.
Go ahead.
Okay, so other types of resources. So you covered the main topics, physical, social and mental, resources for things. But like, as far as like worrying about, you don't have to worry about having, like, if you're running a game in your house, don't worry about, oh, I don't have all these figures, I don't have all these things. I run games for my son and his friends, right? And instead of using tokens or whatever, I'll pull down some Starburst from the shelf and I'll throw those out on the table and use those as tokens for the bad guys. And as they kill them, it's like, oh, you keep what you kill. And so they get little candies whenever they kill the bad guys or whatever. And that keeps them entertained and it keeps them involved, especially since I'm dealing with some kids with some attention deficit issues, perhaps, or whatever the case may be. But don't worry about having all of the actual physical resources on hand in order to run your game. A lot of the stuff can be makeshift. You just make it work however you can. Work with what you have, and don't stress not having that one specific thing. All right. A lot of people get caught up and they just go around the circle about how I don't have this thing. I can't do it because I don't have this thing. You don't need to have the exact right thing. All right. You can make it work. All right. You, and that's good too, right? Sometimes it's better. Like especially for, like I said, with running the game for the young teenagers, keeping them interested in everything like that. Sometimes having those improv things like the candies as bad guys helps.
That's a wonderful idea, to be honest.
For real.
So yeah,
Although I imagine kill stealing becomes a problem. Oh, I'm down to
this
one
is
health.
true. So, but then
They don't solve anything diplomatically anymore.
So right, so you do the so the kill stealing can become a problem and things like that. So in that case, you go ahead and it's like, okay, and you dealt a good amount of damage to that guy. So here's a piece of candy for you as well. You just be fair and impartial with that sort of thing to keep everybody involved. So
I'm just imagining a situation that's like, oh God, why didn't you just tag the wizard? Because he's lemon flavored. I don't care about that.
I don't want the lemon one. I don't. Well, I mean, I use the all reds. So
Yeah.
Gross.
Okay, they were like happy.
Oh, pardon? All reds, all pinks.
The
supremacy.
best.
the all reds is they have the pinks, they have the reds, they have the light reds, they've got the
Alright, whatever.
But yeah, I also have the tropical ones that I use.
I guess if you bring Olive in, you have to, in your session 0, figure out which candy they like.
Yeah, hold on.
Right. But
I
again,
only
that's only
eat
for
blue
your first
M&Ms.
days, obviously. So-
Yeah, there you go.
So, but then
sorry, go ahead.
as far as online resources, so I know in the Digital Dungeons Academy, a lot of the players and a lot of people we work with like to use the D&D Beyond resource and the character generators D&D Beyond. So that one, so D&D Beyond is a great resource. They've got a lot of stuff, just like some of the other things that you guys were mentioning with the notebook and the world Roundtable and thing for world building, but for actual character generation or homebrew generation or just buying digital documents and things like that. You have your digital resources. If you can't, if you don't have the room in your house for actual physical copies of things, it's not. It's a good resource to utilize. I will say, don't force your players to utilize resources. Right? If you have a particular character that you like people to use, you can give it to them. But unless if you want to try and force people to use a particular resource, it becomes uncomfortable, right? So that goes back to the session 0, right? Finding where people are comfortable with that, but resource management that. So but give people options when it comes to that.
If I may, this actually segues nicely, and since Olive is just eating right now, where to actually find effective resources, assets, and things to use, either virtual or in person. I've got a couple suggestions. One, Humble Bundle usually has something going on. Like right now, they've got a Starfinder book bundle going on.
Yep.
You can pick up a huge amount of stuff just for Starfinder, and they have their system reference documents. Paizo is really good about that. So if you ever need to pick up stuff from there, there's sales frequently. One thing I've had, and you can see it right back there, those are actually giant 1x1 square inch grids from like Office Depot. If you've got something like that, they usually have these huge grid whiteboards effectively that work really well for mapping, because 1x1 is pretty much the standard for what D&D wants. Lovely Imperial system. As far as physical assets go, yeah, you can't get much better than an old-fashioned whiteboard or a chalkboard. You're really old school.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me calculate.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Here.
Now, of course.
Side note about D&D Beyond, they're having their, we're not sponsored by D&D Beyond, but I just have a lot of news about them.
Yeah, we have 0 sponsorships.
They're having a 20% off discount right now for their anniversary. Not sponsored, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just another plug for DDA, like, you can always find communities and ask people, oh, I'm just starting out, where can I get this and this, and you get advice from people like us.
Yeah, the number one,
your position.
The number one place is, of course, our Discord, where we have an assets and resources channel for sharing things. But beyond all that, right? Lots of places we like sharing assets and resources. We talked about a lot of them here. We share stuff. There are thousands of D&D communities that exist out there, tabletop RPG communities, niche communities that you can get after, right? You don't have to go it alone. I think that's one of the most important things that we push out to people. It was a founding principle for our for Digital Dungeons, right? Nobody should ever have to game alone, right? You shouldn't have to figure it out. It's not the old days. It's not 1998 anymore, where I'm in middle school trying to find people who might like Dungeons and Dragons by scoping out who's hanging out with no friends in a wall somewhere, and me reading like a fantasy book and like, oh, you have a Forgotten Realms book. Have you ever played? Right? It's 2021.
Just ask the punk kids hanging out by the back door eating barbecue chips.
Exactly.
I love the idea of tiny little Bayard going up to someone with a Drizzt book, saying, I see you're a man of culture as well.
I was the one with the Drizzt book. You don't understand.
I wish that was me.
Mike,
If it was 1998, how many dumpsters did you end up?
But so I went to high school with Vulcan's wife. Not many people may know that. We met in high school. My backpack had Elder Futhark runes written in like white paint on it, spelling out like different things about dragons and stuff. So we found each other, okay? We had ways to signal to one another, like, oh, you can read Elder Futhark runes? Oh, you must be like a super nerd.
My sense is tingling.
Yeah.
I just took it a step further and would have the player's handbook with me at school.
That's like even in work communities, like now, I'm like, wherever you go, there's always, the chats in the break rooms or in the office spaces. Like you'll find somebody, and you just walk by their desk and you see that one little they've got the what are those little caricatures things with the big heads. Just
Pop,
sitting on
the Funko Pop things.
But then it's like something like it'll be Drizzt or something like that, just sitting on their desk, and you're like, oh, I see you too are a man of culture, right?
I need to get some of those for my office, I guess. I need to decorate it more.
They have Minsk and Boo. I know that one. They have a Mimic and they have Strahd.
Of course they have Strahd. I sent you that Strahd one. They come with D20s, I think.
They do come with D20s, yes. The Mimic and Strahd do.
I have a dragon holding a D20 decal on my car, so that way everybody knows. One side window has a dragon holding a D20, the other side has the Triforce emblem on it. So
the coffee cup that I walk around with at work says, I'm not a bookworm, I'm a book dragon.
I have a Legend of Zelda coffee mug at work, so.
That's good, I like it.
A little off tangent though.
20 tattoo.
Back kind of physical
assets and
Go ahead.
I'm lagging out.
Go ahead.
Still with us, Caramon?
I think Caramon might be a bit behind.
Poor guy.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, yep. He dropped out. All right. So So we're talking about physical, mental resources, right? There's all sorts of stuff we've talked about. The smaller physical, it's very easy to get in, right? You can go the other way. I have thousands of dice, right? If you really, 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 really have disposable income and you hate your life, you can get into 3D printing and build an entire 3D printer array.
One of our players ended up having one of those and would actually cast his own dice. It's really cool.
Yeah, so there's lots of things you can do, but even then, I caution, right? I 3D print. I have thousands of 3D printed models. Sometimes I just don't have the mental energy to 3D print something for a session, and I'm like, okay, I printed out a picture of this guy and I cut it to a 1-inch cube and we move that around, and that's what it is today. Or I use a pawn, or I'm like, hey, today the Skittle is the bad guy. I didn't have time to find a custom 3D model. And you guys might be used to that, but it is what it is, right? Because mental health is super important, and I know definitely Vulcan can experience this. I am the one who probably had the most famous for canceling entire campaign as a GM that had been running for 2.5 years because I had mental burnout. I just couldn't handle running the campaign anymore. First off, I bit off more than I can chew. I probably never should have tried to create a Sky Pirate airship campaign when I have absolutely zero idea how ships work, but I thought it was going to be a lot of fun, right?
I think his biggest mistake was inviting me to the game.
Vulcan is a curse. Vulcan, wait, hold on. Here's my biggest DM tip. Don't let Vulcan come.
No! Don't do this to me!
I'm blacklisting Vulcan as we speak.
Might be. But what's important is I talked to the players. Eventually, we were running. The campaign was supposed to run to like level 12. Roughly, and there was a plot that we had kind of done. At first, it started as we decided we want to do like an episodic campaign where every session was something different, right? Just a random pirate adventure. It morphed into like this. They wanted overarching plot. We kind of tried to sub it in, but it was very sandboxy. We were going all over the place, and eventually, I lost control of the narrative, and that happens in sandbox campaigns sometimes. And I just got burned out trying to come up with things constantly. Like, I was always trying to, come up with new things. And it's not the player's fault, right? I lost control of the narrative. I couldn't get things back on track. And I just got massive burnout. And after 2.5 years for a campaign that was supposed to run 1 year, we were level 11. And we had only gotten, 2 of the 5 MacGuffins. And I was like, guys, I can't do this anymore. I can't do it for another year, 2 years. I couldn't run the campaign anymore. Just the mere thought of me trying to prep for the campaign was causing me mental anxiety. I couldn't handle it, right? And it's okay to do that. And I came to them, I was like, guys, my mental health can't handle this. I was starting to cancel games. I was like, guys, I'm not prepped. Guys, I'm not ready. And then eventually I was like, guys, I just gotta cancel the game. And now I've taken a break from homebrewing for my 23 years of being a GM. I had never run a module in my entire life. I started running a module earlier this year. It's my first time ever running one, and right now I'm only running modules and pre-written adventures because I don't have to prep as much, and it kind of takes the mental burden off of me. I want to get back into homebrewing. I want to get back into stuff. I got a lot of stuff going on in my life, and I know I can't handle it right now. And it's okay to step back and say, hey, you know what? I'm not in a good mental place with this. I can't do this right now, especially as a GM. There's a lot of pressure on you. And my number one tip is never become a Twitch streamer. Because don't do it. It is a lot of extra work because sometimes, I'm just put it out there. We tell you it's okay, right? But you set an expectation on yourself that you have a certain standard, especially if you're a Twitch streamer, right? So if I'm running a homebrew thing, when you're running your home game, we're talking toss it on a whiteboard, map it out. And I do that all the time in home games that I don't stream. But when I'm streaming, I feel an extra burden on myself, right? I have to have maps, I have to have tokens, I have to have a visual element because I'm streaming, right? I'm projecting an audience, and my players, I tell them, don't worry about the stream, focus on playing the game, because that's what we care about. We're not trying to be we're not putting on a show for whatever. We're just streaming our game. But I have a production quality standard that I set for myself that creates its own mental burden. I can't go into a stream and be like, all right, I'm just gonna draw random lines on a map because I don't have a map prepared. I could. Nobody would judge me for that, but my own take on it is like, I've set this production standard now. Now I feel like I have to do it, right? So it creates like more of that mental burden trying to do that. So don't be a Twitch streamer. It is horrible, especially when you're an affiliate, because you need to make $100 a year to keep affiliate status.
Twitch streaming or not, lots of GMs put unrealistic expectations on themselves.
Yep.
Agreed.
Definitely true. We're our harshest critics, I think, as GMs. Constantly wondering, like, okay, did I make the right call here? Did I make the right move here? Are the players having fun? Did I mess up? Was my map good enough? Was my token good enough? Did I run that encounter the right way? Am I being fair? Am I being equitable? Am I running intelligence 3 monster too intelligently and tactically? Am I running an intelligent 16 monster too cruelly and too or yeah, it's a constant balancing act for a lot of GMs, but like we said in the beginning, the point is to have fun, right? And as long as you're having fun, it's okay, but you got to kind of feel that balance. That goes back to that anxiety and stuff.
To expand on your Twitch thing, it's not never stream, but you have to go in also with a certain set of expectations, not just production value, because I mean you can work with that, which it will never be good enough. You're absolutely right. No matter what, you will always find something to critique, just like you will in a regular game. But the one thing that stressed me out when I was doing Twitch streams was keeping. I wasn't even the GM of this campaign. I was just the guy doing the homebrew, like I said, but it was keeping the narrative flow going, because in a normal session, if you have a session where not a lot happens, to where it's a downtime session, a campfire session, a hot springs episode, whatever you want to have, because it's like, okay, GM had real life things that happened. I had to go to the DMV for 6 hours when I'd normally be prepping stuff. Work came up, whatever the reason is. Now you're sitting there going, all right, so the narrative flow is getting broken, and it puts a level of obligation not just on the GM but on the players to keep this narrative flow and consistent pacing and do things for a story at a pace that maybe the players or the GM aren't going to reliably be able to put out. And especially if you have a really good episode, now you're stuck with that high bar, and unfortunately that can also be a death knell. We had a couple in our thing that we looked at the episode, and even watching it back, we're like, yeah, that was an awesome episode. The mirror episode, Charlie knows what I'm talking about. The mirror episode,
Yeah.
we had this wonderful thing, and all of the characters were involved, interested, and had cool emotional hooks and everything, and then nothing after that. I think it took us like another 15 episodes to even come close to that, and it just kind of like, well, now what? Now you've always got to top yourself. Well, you don't, for one, but especially even in a non-Twitch thing, you'll have that, but at least it's a little more forgiving because other people are not watching.
Every game is not going to be your best game, and that's okay, right? It's okay to have a game that's not the best game as long as you're having fun in those moments in time, right? And if you're not having fun and everybody's kind of feeling it, it's also okay to be like, hey guys, you know what? It looks like none of us are really feeling it today. I know we were scheduled to do like whatever. Let's just call it and play some like Gloomhaven or Betrayal at House on Haunted Hill or something like that, right? Or just do something else. Just be like, hey, let's just chill out. Maybe today is not a good day for gaming. That's okay too, right? It's okay to be all amped up and excited and you're 45 minutes into the session and you're just like, you know what? I'm just not feeling it today. And it's okay. Don't force yourself. Like I said, no D&D is better than bad D&D. If you're all not there and you're not vested and you're just doing it because you feel like you have to do it, it's okay to be like, hey, maybe we should do something else tonight, right? We should.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's the story of my life when it comes to games like Curse of Strahd, things like that. Hey, let's just do something else.
Well,
Curse of Strahd is a cursed
I'm-
game, so
I'm trying my best. Ah.
So here's a question from the panel to Olive. Tell us
Oh,
about
God.
what you're drawing currently.
What?
Why don't you tell us a bit about what you've been drawing? The different
Oh yeah,
characters.
for sure. Okay, so I am drawing. So we just recently had our 700 member giveaway on DDA on our Discord server, and so I am drawing the prizes from that. So I admittedly don't know these characters too well, but this is Nakamura. I think he's a raccoon, and he does fire magic. This is Halia Brightmoon. I actually forget her class, but she's an elf, and I'm desperately in love with her. And I cannot remember his name. I don't know if I was actually given a name for this character, but he's a tabaxi. And yeah. So that's what I'm drawing at present, and then also my very important stream doodles. Drop an olive in the chat. Love you, Vulcan.
Are you going to be doing this for every 100 members or just
It depends what Bayard wants.
Like,
I am a
like
slave. I am a
Friday.
slave. I'm a slave to Bayard.
oh boy.
Okay,
the old
let's
day.
very
Good old
specifically on stream,
Spicy.
we pay Olive's commission rates. They are not a slave. They
I am
were
not a
paid. They have a commission
am-
sheet. We approached Olive. We paid
I am
full
a-
price.
It's true. I am an indentured servant, not a slave.
no, you're a warlock and Faye is the patron.
But we've done
It's
other
true.
things. We've done other things. We've also,
Yes.
because Bayard and Blue Man have 3D printed mugs and 3D printed like dice towers,
Yeah.
caricatures. You know, they've done things like that as well as for giveaways. Or
Yep,
they've
and we've given away
a
books.
book of choice.
Yep,
Yeah,
and
book of choice.
We use the funds from the Twitch subs and bit cheering pretty much to fund giveaways for the community. That's almost all we use it for. Originally, we thought we'd buy like nicer cameras and equipment, and then we just bought that out of our own pocket. So now we use Twitch money to give back to the community. So all the subs, all the bit cheering, everything like that, when we get a payout, we give back at certain milestones. We had our 700 member giveaway. Our next one's at 1,000 members. Probably gonna be faster than we anticipated because we hit 700 members on August 1st, and we're now at 807 members, and it's only August 21st. So we've grown 107 members in 20 days, which is insane. I don't think our Twitch subs are going to be able to keep up with our current giveaway rates. We don't make that much money, but we'll see, right? We'll see. We get back to the community because it's all about the community. That's what we care the most about.
That's right.
Yes, DDA does pay for my couch. Is the thing. But yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I'm almost done because I'm just gonna do actually as soon as I put this flat color on this tabaxi, then I'm done, and then I'm gonna switch to doing a different drawing, which I don't know what's gonna be yet. Probably a goblin, because I love me
It
some
needs to be a
goblins.
goblin.
God.
Needs to be a
Oh,
goblin.
God, always the goblins.
Why? Look, I just finished art of my other goblin character, and she's looking quite fly, if I do say so myself, in her new fit. Look at her. Look at her. I love her.
Wait for it. There we go.
Yeah, she's good. So probably gonna draw her again after I've done this.
Always.
I like goblins. What can I
Gosh.
say?
God bless ankle biters.
Goblins, ankle biters. I do have more questions though.
Oh, bring him on.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I was gonna switch a bit to character creation because I love me some character creation. So I want to start off this whole like roleplay aspect with like, what are some tips and tricks for like effective role playing?
Okay.
Not caring whether or not you can do a voice.
This is true. Yeah, voices aren't everything. You don't have to be a great voice actor to role play character. You can say, look, this is what you can describe what they sound like, and then talk. This is a completely and totally acceptable option, right?
Especially for those of us who cannot do other voices.
Right.
Yeah.
I love, as Bayard can attest. I've played in multiple games, and I always end up playing some sort of furry female, and I do not sound like a furry female. So that's obviously a voice that I cannot do, but I still have fun playing the character. So the trick with role playing is you get the concept, right? You make the character. You have an idea of what the character is, right? And even if you don't sound like the character, you just have to place out the mood, what the character's trying to say, and the mood they're trying to say it in. If you're playing via text chat, that's a little more difficult. But using things like asterisks or mood connotation, things like that, help with text chat role playing. But as far as like actual audio and video role playing, it's just be the character, like the concept, and capture the concept. That's what you have to do. Is you have to capture the concept, explain to your fellow players what the concept is, so they can see where you're coming from as you're describing what the character.
Yeah, you got to commit to the bit.
Right.
Yeah. Also, there's no another going back to the session 0. This is a session 0 thing, but like, there's no have a discussion about like what expectations are surrounding role play, because I know personally I'm a person who loves doing role play, and I love like saying what my character would say and overly describing stuff and doing all that stuff. But like, some people just don't like actually talking in their character voice, and they don't feel comfortable doing that, which is fine. But like, if the rest of the table is like talking in their character, like as their character, and like having conversations, and you're just like, oh, my character does this or says this, it can like, it depends on like the mood of the table and like if you've discussed this, but like it can sometimes like throw things off and such. So
And this
Yeah,
is
That's where you gotta see if the group's right for you as well.
exactly
It goes back to whether or not you should just feel free to walk away.
Yeah, and this is super important. We're talking right now. I know we're mostly talking about voices, right? And we've said not everybody can do a voice, and that's okay. One of the worst things that ever happened to me is I was GMing a game, and I told you I put out these character surveys, and somebody filled it out, and they said I was not a good GM because I wasn't doing accents enough for the player to have good immersion, because their immersion was broken by me not being able to do voice acting, and they said that I needed to work on that so that they had a better playing experience, and that was like crushing. I'm like, I can't do voices, right? I can do like 2 or 3 like bad I could do an old man voice and like a very 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 bad, almost insulting redneck voice, and I can do like a bad Irish voice, and that's like it. I got 3 voices, guys. That's it. Every character is one of those 3 voices, and they said I could ruin their immersion. It was a bad GM because I couldn't do voices, and that is a horrible thing to hear, right? When your players come in and you might have like the one person who can't do a voice, it's okay, right? It's all right. You all role play your characters differently. Don't tell them like, oh, you need to do a voice because the rest of us are doing a voice, or everything like that. That's a horrible thing to tell somebody. Having personally experienced that myself.
Regarding that instance of player feedback, that's definitely one of those times where the player should have just walked away.
Yeah.
They did. They did after that.
There was no need for that jab.
Definitely not.
Yeah. That's.
I mean, they
Like,
meant it well, and and I still speak with the person. They're in the server, right? I speak with them. I play games with them, but they meant it well, but it came out just very, very, to me, very hurtful, right? But I do work on my accents more. I took it to heart.
It was done through text, right?
It was.
So there was no vocal inflection could be,
Right.
Yeah, it was.
That's nice.
Text is a lot harder, a lot easier to misconstrue.
I think one thing I'd like to go back a little bit. For one, I'm at least fortunate enough that I can do quite a few voices. Ooh, I'm showing off here, but
Do the voice. Do the voice.
which one do you want? If you want me to sound like I'm from Belfast, I can sound like that.
Oh shit.
One of my favorites is the thing Thieves' Cant is based off of Cockney, to where I've managed to this. I love this voice. You can't understand what he's saying every time because he's so.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to learn to do a Cockney accent for my Agents of Edgewatch game. I'm working on it.
Yes.
YouTube tutorials. I ended up playing one that was Cajun. To where you can't understand a word he's saying because he's sitting there mumbling his words so bad. But, anyways, that aside, as far as creating characters that don't necessarily, like if you end up finding yourself playing the same personality, one good resource I found is look at psychological stuff or old philosophy. I ended up coming up with a cool couple of ideas based on Aristotle's virtues and vices, to where he lists 12 virtues, which are courage, temperance, liberality, magnificence. Like if you know how to spend, major dishonor or major like ambition, magnanimity, patience. Basically, I chose one virtue and two vices that made this character, like one of them was a lot more than the other one, but like one of the vices is malicious enjoyment. So maybe you just laugh at people suffering just a little too much, or you're a buffoon. You can't take things seriously. But on one hand, you are incredibly courageous. By thinking of these, you might think, "Hey, this isn't a bad way to make a character." You can also just another one I've done, and actually I posted a link about this, but there's a really long, detailed thing about if you know Magic the Gathering, using their color wheel system. What if a fighter was red blue? And if you're familiar with that, the red blue is basically creativity incarnate. You are passionate and knowledgeable, but as a fighter, that might be like when you think creative and smart and clever like that, you might think a wizard. What is a fighter? And
Master. Anyways.
Yep.
But going on those kind of avenues, use other systems, use other references as games. You could probably make a decent character creator if you thought about it with Connect 4.
Right. No, so
I'm not there yet, but I'll
Okay, that's the next challenge. I want a character creator based on Connect 4.
I like it.
So speaking of references, okay, backgrounds. Okay, if you want to know how to roleplay your character, when you're creating your character, one of the things that you look into and one of the things that they make you select is your background. So you get your background feature and your background items. But inside of that background, a lot of the pre-tailored backgrounds are virtues, vices, and things like that inside of those. And you don't have to take them verbatim, right? You can tailor them to your specific character, but then you put them on your character sheet. So you have them there for references as how your character thinks about certain things. What's their ideal? What's their virtue, right? What's their bane, right? What makes them tick, right? It's right there. Right, they give you those options, and that's just for D&D. Obviously, I don't know, what are the other things, but at D&D 5e, the backgrounds that they give you, they have these pre-tailored tables that have these things that you can choose from, and and by looking at those and understanding those, you better develop an idea of how the character thinks. And again, not worrying about voices, just about attitude. Right? This is how the character acts. That's role play for
and that's what I try to look at. So like
That's what led me to create my most recent character, he just dropped out because we got a session coming up soon. But RM and I are in a campaign, and my character is molded almost completely off of a guy I used to work with. And the idea came about by, what Vulcan was saying, reading through the background stuff. And it just all fell together perfectly as a ranger who has some drug issues, and but he's really, I'm trying to think how to put it. He's a trustworthy person, and he'll never screw you over on purpose.
Mhm.
But he kind of relapsed there in the dungeon the other day, and brought a bunch of attention on the group, and sentries come a running and caused a big battle. We almost died, but it wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, I know. I was trying not to, but I've got to mention one of my characters that I managed to probably have the most personality of anything. He's a snooty noble. He was a paladin that didn't believe in a god, but believed in the power of his country. So he was an Oath of the Crown paladin for 5e. And this is one where I'm glad that both the party and my DM knew that my character was the most openly antagonistic person in the group. But he was on their side, and he swore to protect. His name was Simon, and oh Lord, he insulted every single commoner, every party member, every bloody person he could think of, just because he was an insecure dick.
King. I like it. That leads into another question I have, but I have some tangents.
Sorry, before you get on that, I just want to tell everybody goodbye. I gotta go head
goodbye.
out for
Thank you
a
for
session.
stopping by.
Hey,
Armand.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Aram.
Yeah, man.
Tell Aram thank you too.
Will do. I'm glad I actually remembered. All right, but later, guys.
Night. Yeah, just a side tangent about the background because it made me remember it. So my character, who I was just doodling right here, her name is Melgry, but like she is a character I pretty much entirely based off the background I picked for her. Like I offhandedly picked for her to be a far traveler. And have that background. And while I was reading about the far traveler background, like so she started out as a goblin bard. I was like, haha, I'm gonna make a funny character. Her name was originally Avocado. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I had a green character named Avocado? Like, it'll be really funny. She was a total joke character. Like, I did not have anything serious for her at all. And so then I was picking backgrounds, and I was like, cool, I'm gonna pick the far traveler background. And then it has some suggestions in the far traveler background as to like where you can be from. And one of them was Evermeet, which is an island compromised completely of elves. Like there's like no one else is allowed there except non-dark elves. And so I was like, cool, I'm gonna make her be from Evermeet. Let's see how we can make this work. And so like then she got this super elaborate backstory about how her elven father adopted her after genociding her island of goblins, and like he took her basically as a trophy and treated her like a pet, but she was none the wiser, and she was actually like raised to think that she was an elf. So when she, like the campaign started and she started like talking to the other party members, they were like, oh, this goblin genuinely thinks she's an elf, and it was like a really big thing for her. And now she's like basically an NPC in another game because like we play all our games in the same universe, and like that trauma sort of still stuck with her, and it all just because of a suggestion that was made in the far traveler background. So it's like never underestimate like suggestions that you get from the book, honestly.
Also, chat, tell us some of your favorite characters that you've made and how you managed to get to them.
Oh yeah.
I do also have a question a bit later on about like your favorite character and favorite game you're GMing, which I'm very excited to get to.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's fun. Yeah, I created a character, and don't be afraid. Okay, so it's not plagiarism if you create an original character that's based off of something else. Like
Totally.
for example, I created at one point in time, I created a character that was pretty much Puss in Boots.
Yes.
That was a rogue swashbuckler / valor bard.
Yes.
And this character, Yes, I see that you understand. This is how this needs to happen, and we will be doing this thing, and you're going to follow along, yes?
Tabaxi has ways of going.
So good.
And he was, and so you'd think that would be a tabaxi, right? But it wasn't. I made him a changeling.
Yes! Curse!
But he was his preferred form was a tabaxi, right? But yeah, he was a changeling. So that was a very interesting campaign. We had a DM and 3 players, and we were playing in this little town, doing all these little things, and oh man, the trouble we got into. But yeah, that was so. Just because if you see something and it gives you an idea, work with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just take your inspiration where you find it.
Some of the best stories happened with what if X happened instead of Y, and you could easily make characters off of that.
Yep, like what if I made Puss in Boots? What if a goblin lived on an island of elves? What if what if Simon
an
existed?
entire group of characters in a one-shot server decided to make characters based off of My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic?
Yes! I'm here for it!
Yeah, I may or may not have been involved in that, and I may or may not have made Rainbow Dash a monk.
She would be is the thing.
A winged tiefling monk.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's correct. You made her correctly.
Yes. Oh my God, the shenanigans that were had on that server. I don't. I want to say I'm sorry, but I'm not, because it was cool.
Never be sorry.
Never be
That's
sorry.
just weakness.
We tortured our GM. Oh, it was
Another. I just realized the original question was effective tips for role playing and such.
Oh yeah.
I always recommend if you have so I am one for creating problems in my D&D groups with my character, not like oh I like going against the DM just because I can. No, like my characters are problem characters, and so what that results in is a lot of like deep conversations that like my character has to have with others, and like like long tangents to go on about like, oh, you don't even know my life, like this whole stuff. I highly recommend, if you know you have that sort of stuff like coming up, either write it out and or practice it, like saying it out loud. Like it never hurts to just walk around talking as your character for a bit. I do that all the time. I have a 20-minute drive to work every day, and I spend that entire time like just talking in my character's voice.
I do that.
And it's helped me so much, because like I had a last session in Descent into Avernus. I had like 2 different dates that my characters had to go on, and so like I just practiced like what they were gonna say and everything that like they were gonna talk about, and like it really helps with like practice being your character.
Yeah, it's just like anything. What I always do is I look at things, and it also helps with the same character question, right? Is I look at, a lot of people look at how their character acts. I look a lot on what motivates or drives my character. That's one of the first things I come up with. I was like, I want a character who's motivated by X, Y, Z or whatever. And then I kind of slot in personality traits. Like, okay, how do they react in this kind of situation? How do they approach tackling objectives? How do they look at taking on different things? Like if they're presented with a puzzle, how would they approach that? If they're presented with this bad guy, how would they approach that? And I kind of build that framework. And then when I'm getting ready to play, I practice a little bit on like fake scenarios, kind of like leading up like 20-30 minutes in. Okay, like I took these notes on the character, they're gonna act this way, this is how they react. Okay, I know this scenario's coming up, this is kind of how the framework of the character works, and like the mindset of the character, trying to like get into that a little bit. Even with like NPCs, I'll be like, okay, I know they're coming up with to this tavern, and this tavern keeper, his number one concern is that people like his ale because that's the prize of his ale, and so he's gonna try to like push ale a lot, and he's really interested in how people feel about the drink itself, and he doesn't really go into rumors or anything, and kind of build a framework going into what drives and motivates that individual and that character a little bit, and then I slot everything else in afterwards, and then I'll be like, okay, because personality traits can be, you can be a rash and person who doesn't like doing puzzles and still be a wizard, right? You don't have to be like, oh, I'm a studious and smart, so I must love this and that. Like, you could be a smart wizard and you can be kind of rash, and you can do things, and personality traits run the gambit. You don't have to slot into specific things, but those standard kind of stereotypes and archetypes exist for a reason, right? You can be a rough barbarian who can't read and write and just like smashing things with an axe, and it's fun, and it exists for a reason because lots of people have fun with it. And I guarantee you your characters will be different if you're playing barbarian who likes we like smash is going to be different than your wizard who's like, yes, it is fortuitous today that we have discovered upon this bad guy. They're not going to play the same, right? Sometimes it's nice to just roll up a random character when you're trying to move stuff across and just be like, I'm going to randomly determine what my class and background are, and I'll find a story to make them work so that they're different.
And then when you like randomly roll it up, there's always the option of changing it. Like, never a harm in like, oh, like all this stuff works, but this one thing I rolled for doesn't actually work, so like let's change it. And like that sort of goes to, I think it was only Shadowkin's question about like not falling into like what was it?
Just the same rut.
Yeah, the same character over and over again.
Same sort of character over and over again. Yeah, just like do some random rolling and then change stuff if you want it to go like if you want to take it a different direction. Like, yeah, that stuff always works.
One thing I would add to that, actually, I was actually going to bring that back up. Don't feel obligated to try to play one that's completely polar to your personality, because from experience that can be a rough time. If you yourself are a person who is more reserved and more polite, it is easier to gradually step out from that rather than play someone who is interrupting and bold and charismatic. It's especially noted. For example, one of the characters I played was a wizard, and this wizard was very shy and very demure, and I am very not. He was very polite and quiet-spoken and spoke with as much respect, and it was so difficult and jarring for me to play because it was such a dynamic personality shift away from me that I had trouble ever getting not into the headspace, because I could figure out what his motivations and what he wanted. He wanted to be a hero. That was he wanted to live up to the adventuring name, but he was so difficult for me to play. I didn't actually enjoy playing him all that much, simply for that reason, because it was so difficult for me to step that far out. All of my characters have been talkers, maybe not charismatic, but they all like to talk.
Yeah, and that's especially when you're new, right? You want to kind of start where you're comfortable with it. You also have to take a look at group dynamics, right? Sometimes I almost always play the character that drives the plot forward when I get to play, right? I'm the guy who talks to the NPC, who interacts with this, interacts with that. So if you make a guy now who is shy and quiet and doesn't talk, and then your other players are normally in life, they're the shy, quiet, don't talk people now. Now nobody's kind of stepping into that role. You can get stuck there and be like, oh, well, I don't want to take the point this time, and nobody's taking point, and now the plot kind of dies because nobody really knows how to step to that. Sometimes you have to look at group dynamics. Now, I am more than happy to make an 8 charisma character who loves to talk and advance the plot, right? I'll do it all day long. He's not charismatic, but he might think he is. Just people react to him differently, right? Charisma doesn't mean you're always talking everything. There are lots of people who think they're charismatic and just off-put everybody around them. You can still play a character who's outspoken, verbose, and engages with a low charisma. It just means you're gonna maybe not successful on your diplomacy persuasion checks as often as you might want to be.
Yeah, I'm playing a character right now who has a 5 charisma, and my average charisma score for my characters is like a 14-16. So, yeah.
The plot moves forward. Just that maybe not the way you wanted.
Just talk to NPCs. Oh yeah, that's another role-playing tip. Please, for the love of God, do your DM a solid and talk to NPCs.
Addendum. Don't talk to literally every NPC that you find.
The standard DM meme, you walk into the bar, you see someone sitting at the DM describes means like there's someone sitting at the bar, smoking a pipe, looking concerned. He's obviously looking around for someone, and there's a group of people over playing cards on one table, and there's a group of drunks over at another table. It's like, oh, we're gonna go play cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a discussion for later, right? Maybe we could toss all the agenda. Everything a GM says isn't necessarily plot relevant. Sometimes it's just scene dressing. And maybe we can address a little bit discussing how we can differentiate scene dressing from plot relevant things later. But I think right now we've hit 2 hours on stream. Maybe we take like a 15-minute break, allow people to get out of their chairs, rest, go to the bathroom, and things like that. We'll allow people to kind of move around a little bit or grab some food. We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll loop back here and continue the conversation with a new topic. And we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Sounds good. See you back here in a couple minutes, guys.
And we are officially back. Thank you for those of you who stuck it out with us while we were taking a quick break. We have, so far, through your generous donations, we have raised $80 for Extra Life. Most of that going to our resident artist, Olive. They have kept us entertained for most of the stream here, drawing nice doodles. We are only $75 away from exceeding last year's fundraising total. That is phenomenal. So it's only August right now. If you want to toss $75 more towards Olive, I'm sure they would appreciate it a lot. That might even unlock some special dice for raising $150 during the month of August. Who knows?
Shoot.
Ha ha ha
Yeah,
ha.
give me the spicy dice, gang.
But now that we have returned, Olive has a blank slate for what they are going to draw, and they have, I believe, a new topic for us to get into.
Yes, I do. So we sort of touched on it when talking about like character creating and role playing, but I want to talk about the topic of how to be effectively edgy. And let me clarify what I mean by that, because while we were planning for this, we had some trouble figuring out how to condense this. So basically, by effectively edgy, I mean there are some characters that people like to play that are like sort of mean, I guess for lack of a better term, mean-spirited or kind of rude. And I am a person who genuinely enjoys like playing those characters and playing with those characters. But some people can like feel personally like offended by like more mean-spirited characters, or like they can feel like people aren't really participating if they're like, oh, I'm off alone in the dark corner of the tavern sort of thing. But like that's a very valid way to play. And so I want to talk about like what are your guys' tips and like tactics for like making characters who are like sort of lone wolves or like sort of like edgy and maybe a bit mean, and like making that mesh with a group, like from the perspective of a player and also from the perspective of a DM. And obviously, like, the answer is, like, have a session 0 about it. But, like,
Right.
apart from
Right.
that.
So I'll take this one right away. So I am one of the players. So I don't like playing edgy per se. Like I'll make an edgy character once in a blue moon, but I like making characters to pop edgy characters. What I'll do is, if somebody says they're gonna play like an edgy character, is I'll create a fluffy character. Not necessarily a furry character, but a fluffy character, someone who's bouncy and happy, and that just latches on to the edgy character. And it makes the edginess stand out in a way that makes it them approachable. They can still be edgy, they can play themselves, but because there's this fluffy bundle of energy attached to the edgy character, they become more approachable, more role playable in a group setting, so to say.
You try to soften the edges by balancing it out.
Right. So I'll be the bouncy, happy Belina, per se, right? The original concept of Belina, before she was piratey, chaotic, neutral, wanted to hatch dragon eggs and just destroy the world because the world just needs to be reset. Belina. Before all that, Belina was just a happy, bouncy bard that wanted to make everybody happy. She was a dancer. She wanted everyone to see the joy that she could express. And there was a character on another server where I created her originally. It was a one-shot server that was this just, I'm going to sit in my tavern booth. I'm going to drink my hard liquor that I can pass the Constitution saved on all day long because I have advantage. And whatnot, warlock / fighter individual that was just like the super edgiest edge that could ever edge sort of thing. And she latched on to him so that, and the two of them became a staple on the server in the roleplay chats, and people just would go and just talk to them, right? And that's one way to do it. Is you can if someone wants to play an edgy character, find out how you can support them so that it makes them stand out enough that they can be part of the group.
We just got a $75 donation to Extra Life, bringing us up to $1,500. Sorry to interject, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yay!
Yes.
Wonderful.
I have a very similar. Oh my gosh, it was for me. Thank you. I have a very similar story. With like a character of mine, which is again for Avocado / Melgry. There was a warlock in the group, and he was a drow warlock, very stereotypical drow warlock who was like, I sit alone in the corner of the tavern. And like, honestly, when I first, the player knows this, when I first heard his character concept, I was like, I'm horrified. Like, I'm like, I don't want to play with like a super edgy like character who's like just gonna be sitting there the whole time. But then like, I played this super bubbly, bouncy bard who was like, yeah, let's be best friends. My name's Avocado. So good to meet you. And now like 11 years in game later, they are thick as thieves. Like, they're best friends, and they're still like, she's Seraph is the warlock. He's still like pretty mean spirited sometimes, but like, Melgry helped him sort of get out of his shell, and he helped her be a bit more cynical, I guess, which is good for her. She needed that.
So I want to just real quick, just in chat, there's a question. How much of making an edgy character effective is on the player and on the rest of the party, though, is a question out there. I'll take a quick stab at it because we've talked a lot about how the party plays off an edgy character. It's super, super important when you are playing the edgy character. You gotta remember, it's a collaborative game, right? So you still have to take a step, right? You can be super edgy and brooding and a loner, right? But if you just sit there and every time the party tries to talk to you, you're like, I ignore them and I sip on my drink, and they're like, let's go on a quest, I sit in the corner and I sip on my drink, and you're like, okay, like, what's your name? I don't tell them and I sip on my drink. That doesn't work. You have to at least be a little bit. You can be grumpy and you can be like, have those stories and that edge, but you still have to try, right? And that's super important. A lot of people make the mistake of in fantasy fiction and novels and lots of things, you can be the loner that sits on the outside and you don't talk to people and you can do whatever, because that's a story and a book, and it's a very common trope in fantasy novels. But this is a collaborative game. You can be a lone wolf and a loner, but you're still part of a party, and at some point, at the very least, you can be like, or like, I'm not going to tell you my name, I am blah blah blah, and be like, but you can refer to me as Dark Edge Lord, and
I mean, even Strider approached the Hobbit, right? Strider, the edgy guy, smoking his pipe in the corner, staring brutally at the Hobbit from his corner as he had his ale there on the table and he was smoking his pipe. Still, even he approached and did something, right? And he introduced himself. So he's still, Strider was edgy as hell in the first portion until you get to know him better, but they're still there. They still make themselves known. They make themselves part of the group.
I think one thing that needs to be added onto this is that Baird actually took my point. It's going to be, it's a community thing, or in a party, you have to do party things. So you aren't in a video game. And rather than rehash points, I think one thing that does need to be addressed is that it is a very common thing for new players to want to do this, because keep in mind, a lot of people's introduction to fantasy nowadays is video games. You are not playing in a party, or if you are playing in a party, you're playing a party full of people who are not being controlled by other people. And there is no optimal way to do things in D&D, because your whole point is to tell a story. I think one of the it's a common thing, but it actually had to happen to me, is that I had this is along the edge topic, was I had someone say, why would I want to ever go on this quest? Why would I ever want to do this? And it's like, good point. Well, in that case, make me a character who does. That's the answer. as a DM at least, from what I've found.
That is actually in my session 0 document. I say you are responsible for figuring out why your character would do this. It's not everybody else's job.
I mean, once you get a little bit into a party, if you have a, why should we go on this? That's totally okay. You can have adventurers that aren't interested in every single side quest, or even sometimes major quests. They've got their own personal motives to fill. But this ties into not just being edgy, but if you're playing a chaotic evil character, you can still be an affable, likable goof just as much as a who sit and stew and brood in the corner.
I created my first evil character the other day. I rarely ever create evil. I mean, in fact, like I said, I created my first evil character it was like last month. And it's a lawful evil Sorkinen. Anyone knows the term? Those of you who don't, are just
Monster.
right?
Monster.
Paladin with sorcerer mix in, right? First 2 levels of paladin, 1 level of sorcerer. And he was a demon lord in his realm, right? And then the hero, instead of coming to confront him in righteous battle, the hero and the hero's party pulled some shenanigans and opened a planar rift inside of his palace, and he got shunted into this extra plane where he now lost most of his power and is now back to where he started, basically. And he's all grumpy about it. But he's got his retainers with him, a few of them, so that's it. Like, yeah, he's an edgy character. He's like, I'm a demon lord. You will submit. Why don't you come and worship me, work with me? When I once again rebuild my domain, I will make you a general of my armies, sort of thing. So there are multiple aspects to being edgy. You don't have to be the quiet loner. You could be the oppressive, charismatic edgelord sort of thing. You could be, instead of being the quiet edgy, you could be like a charismatic, like my words will slice you to the bone sort of thing, edgy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the character that I had mentioned before, Simon, was openly antagonistic, rude, pissed off more NPCs than he ever helped, and he was one of the diplomats of the group. But he had a reason to be a party member, and that's because he swore an oath to one. It was as simple as that. He said, as long as we're on this quest, and until we get what we need to do, I am going to be your shield. And it worked really, really well. Like, I ended up being angry dad for a while in the party. It's like, why are you doing such stupid things? Why aren't we just focusing on this plot point? He was a jerk. He was an insufferable jerk. But because he worked well with the party, and the party just kind of went, oh, Simon, shut up, you knob.
Yeah, I think at some point in everybody's career, especially starting out, you make edgy characters. Everybody makes edgy characters. We've all done it, right? I once played a guy who was a complete jerk and an asshole, but his link to the party was his brother was a member of the party. So he's like, my brother's a freaking idiot, and I need to be here to keep him safe, because otherwise mom's never going to forgive us that I let this stupid jackass die, right? And then he was always like, he's like, really? Like, it's a moat of lava. Like, why are you using rope? Like, that's dumb. Don't you know that rope burns? But, and he would just be sarcastic and kind of a dick. But, he would do his job in combat, and he would engage with the people, and he was there for his brother, but it's still kind of like a, like, insufferable sometimes position.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, but yeah, just don't be completely closed off. Play an edgy character, just don't reject it.
Yeah, the short answer to Kamui, I think I'm saying that right. I don't know if I'm saying it right. The short answer to your question is, I think personally it's mostly on the player, to be effectively edgy. But it also just depends on the group that you're in.
Yeah.
One thing, if you are going to be effectively edgy, is, and this is mostly to new players, but GMs love when you do this, sarcasm. Just go split yourself off from the rest of the group and do whatever you feel like, regardless of the party. Everyone loves it when you do that, considering No one's here on a time crunch and has found 3 hours to play to watch one person play for 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have to tangent here. I have to interject. We talked about being like bad GMs when you first start, right? And now we're talking about edgy characters. So story time. Long ago, young Bayard here, 20 something, 20 like years ago. I'm like a new GM. I'm running a game, and I'm running based on, I have like this thing, and there's like this dark presence, and the heroes are in the town, and they're like, you know, trapped because like the evil hordes are like outside, and they're doing expeditions to try to clear the evil horde. So one of the edge characters decided that, why am I clearing the evil horde? I'm gonna join up with the evil Dark Lord and work to try to murder all the other party members. And then asked me to run essentially 2 games, one with him trying to murder the rest of the party as the evil guy, and then one with the other people, but at the same time during the session, right? And I'm a new GM. I don't know anything. I'm like, I guess I gotta do this because that's what the players want, and I don't really want to run this game where this edgelord dude is like trying to murder all the party members. And it was a catastrophic failure, needless to say, especially because as a new GM, and I especially didn't want that to happen, I'd be like, it was like 3.0, right? Not even like 3.5. He'd be like, I sneak into the room and decide I'm gonna cut the throat of this other player character, and I'm like, oh, you only deal 1d4 damage because you didn't declare it was a coup de grace, haha, because I didn't want the character to die. So I'm making horrible calls and decisions trying to avoid this whole thing because this guy decided he wanted to be evil and start murdering all these people. So
is that why you don't allow PvP?
No, it just never works out well, because here's the deal. PvP almost never works out well because usually only one person's wanting to do it and the others don't, or 2 people and not all 4. Inevitably, what happens is everybody gets into an argument out of character, and the game just stops, and they're like, I stole that gemstone from you and you don't even know, and be like, why, right? Or ha ha ha, I've been messing with you and I've been doing this and I've been doing that, and now we're not playing a game anymore, we're arguing.
This versus that, right? And the other thing, so Dungeons and Dragons in general, right, wasn't designed as a PvP game.
No.
Right?
Yeah, it's a little corrupted. We tried making an arena battle system for it, and there was a lot of homebrew that needed to be done just to balance
because
things out.
character levels don't interpret well versus each other, because different classes don't balance versus each other at different levels, right? So Dungeons and Dragons in and of itself, and most tabletop RPG games for that matter, weren't initially designed as PvP, right? So when you try and bring that in, it makes it difficult for everyone, right? So again, like Sangstrom said, you've got to make additional rules, homebrewed rules, and things like that, in order to balance the PvP. There's a reason that mobs, right, the bad guys, the evil guys, whatnot, don't have character level. Because if you give mobs character levels, you're killing your party.
Yeah, and
You're
what I say,
basically just trying to kill your party at that point.
when we're saying PvP, I don't mean like you can't argue or you can't have antagonistic things. I mean things like, oh, I'm going to try purposely, I'm going to roll persuasion against this person to take his player agency away, to like force him to do what I want, or be like, oh, well, they're all sleeping, I'm going to go in and I'm going to steal all their loot, and I'm going to take their magic sword from them and they don't know because I'm like a stealth expert, or like I'm going to do things purposely to be detrimental to the party, or I'm going to stab so and so in the back in the middle of a combat because I think that's going to be thematic, right? Things that ruin other players' experience or take away from their player agency. That's what I mean when I say PvP. I don't mean things like you guys always have to be in an agreement with each other and it has to be, you know, singing Kumbaya. I'm like, you can't purposely ruin someone else's game because you think that's fun.
You want that? Go play a video game.
Yeah,
Go play Overwatch.
I'm very lucky. So I'm in a where like I actually my
You're
games.
cutting in and out, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I just had my mic up too high. I'm in a sort of different position wherein that, like, I actually really enjoy PvP in my games, and in one of my games in specific, like, we've all had chats about, like, oh, this is what PvP is gonna look like in our games, and, like, we've had two characters, like, straight up get into a sword fight with one another because, like, one of them found out some backstory stuff that related, and, like, so, like, I actually like PvP, and, like, we will have moments where I'm like, cool, I'm the only one in this room in front of this treasure chest. Okay, all of the gold is mine, and I'm just gonna tell everyone that there was nothing in there. So it's like, I understand that not everyone likes that sort of gameplay, and
I
not
don't
everyone
count that
wants
as
to, like,
PvP though. Like that's
fair enough,
there's
but, like, yeah. But, like, fair, like, yeah, but, like, I'm just saying, like, I actually do enjoy PvP, but again, only if the group is also cool with it, you know, like, I won't stab another player if I was in one of Bayard's games.
yeah,
But,
and that's
like,
more
I am in a group where
if you're in agreement and you guys are role playing and a situation comes up tense and something occurs and then you guys get into an argument or a discussion or a fight and you're both on board and you're doing that, you know, that's okay. That's role playing. You're playing into it and you're doing the things, right? You get upset and you slap a guy, right? I'm talking more like purposely sabotaging another character or stealing their agency away. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast dominate person on my fellow party member and take control of their character and now make them go do something horrible
Yeah.
or
those are also things I would say, like, have a conversation with it out of game before you do it, because, like, me and one of my fellow players, we've been having a sort of a friendly back and forth about my character's decision to follow his character to the ends of the earth. And like, his character isn't very happy that my character is, like, prepared to die for his, and, like, all of this stuff. So he's like, cool, I'm, like, 3 seconds from casting command on her, tying her to a wall, and then just, like, walking away and, like, just leaving her there and seeing what happens. And I'm like, honestly, go for it. Like, because, like, yeah, I guess that's not really taking away player agency when you have a discussion about it, but still.
yeah,
Yeah,
and that's the
dialogue's
key.
your key.
Yeah.
And some systems do work for a concept a lot better than others. I couldn't name one off the top of my head, but there are systems to where it's supposed to be somewhat competitive.
Oh, I understand that
Like,
too.
Shadowrun can be competitive if you play Shadowrun. Like if you're going against another Shadowrun team or something like that, the system's designed to accept that.
I'm also just, like, here for the systematic bastardization of 5e. So, like, that also doesn't help.
So what's our next question?
Oh yeah, for sure. Next question.
We've exhausted this one, I think.
Yes. Anyone have any, like, questions in the chat while I'm going to look for a new question? I'll give, like, 30 seconds to do that. Well, not 30 seconds.
Type quick.
Type quick. Type fast. Ah! Run. Yeah. Okay. What? Okay. Here's one. How would you recommend working with a mix of new and experienced players?
Personally, I think that's actually a great scenario. So when you have a mix of new and experienced players, you can utilize the experienced players' knowledge to help teach the new players. So you get the experienced players in, and you have your session 0, and you talk to them and say, hey, look, so this person's been playing for this long, so I might turn to them and ask them for additional advice on these things. And if you guys have any questions, and if I'm not available, you can reach out to so-and-so, and it should be able to help you with these things, right? So make them involved. In order to keep the experienced players engaged, because sometimes it's tedious explaining all the stuff to the new players, have the experienced players help with the development of the new players, instead of just trying to handle it all yourself. And that goes back to, maybe inviting somebody to be an assistant GM or inviting someone to help you with some of your resource pools, things like that. So, if you've got all new players, then everybody's on the same wavelength. You got all experienced players, everybody's on the same wavelength. However, I really like having that mix of experienced and new. That way, again, I've got that backup there to help me develop these new players and make them better understand the game. Because maybe the way I explain something isn't as clear as the way they might explain it. It's the same reason, like I'm an instructor in real life. Like as part of my job is I teach, right? And we always have two instructors on platform. In case the way one instructor explains it doesn't come across right, the other instructor can step up and explain it in a different way, and that way maybe the student can grasp it.
Mm-hmm.
I love teaching people how to play, and I love teaching new systems. Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I love introducing new players, right? But as Vulcan was saying, it's super, super handy to have an experienced player who knows what's going on, that can help frame things in a different way. But it's always super important when you're having that conversation. Like, I'm very particular about people I allow in my games. Digital Dungeons is actually just a giant server to vet players I'm interested in playing with. A secret, ha ha ha. But really, it's important that the experienced players also have to be understanding people. Mm-hmm. They have to be willing to also work with new players. You can't have the kind of person, it goes back to game expectations, right? If you're expecting system mastery and you're expecting whoever you're playing with is going to be like, well, that was a dumb move, or you made the wrong choice here, or you did this, you just need to pull us up, be like, hey, that's not okay. Like, they're new. Like I said in my session 0 documents, I don't allow people to tell people that they're playing wrong or stupid or dumb, and kind of tailor that in. But I love having a mixture because I like teaching the game to new people. I like introducing people to the game. It's great and fantastic. But I do like to get to know people before I let them play with me most of the time. That's why a lot of my game invites on Digital Dungeons are open to people that are active and I chat with, because that way I kind of got a bit of a feeling for their personality before I play with them. I don't like bringing in just like brand new random people. And there's a threshold.
In his games anymore.
There's a threshold too, right? I'm old. I'm very old. Getting older all the time. And sometimes I'm not as patient. When I'm like, hey, just read XYZ, and then the new player, it's been a month and they haven't read it. And then I'm like, I'm more than willing to answer and help any questions at all. Period. Like, read this and let me know what doesn't make sense. And then they'll come to me and be like, oh no, I never looked at it. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm super busy and I want to help you out, but meet me halfway. You're not even trying, right? And then I get a little frustrated sometimes. I see that a lot in Digital Dungeons with new players who are like, hey, we're like, check this out and let us know if you have any questions. Or read this, and then they're asking all these crazy things, and you're like, did you read XYZ? No. Just tell me how to play 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. We're like, the whole game? Yeah. Just tell me everything I need to know. I don't like reading. Like, okay.
You're in the wrong hobby. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think you've actually hit the nail pretty good on the head. Newer experience doesn't matter. It's willingness to put forth effort into the group. Like, I've had new players. I actually ran a group of 6 all new players, and because there was, I think one of them was a little unsure, but 5 of the 6 players were infectious with how much they wanted to participate and do stuff. We had one that just was doing the very new player thing of seeing which buttons they could push to see how much the world would push back. We had one that was, just going through the motions, getting used to it, but got into that. We had one that was role-playing like crazy, and none of these characters. Meanwhile, I've had several experienced players who are just like, yeah, I'm here, I'm showing up, and I'm going to attack things when I want to attack. And I think the issue I have isn't again, it's not a veteran versus rookie level thing. It's all about how how much are you willing to participate in the thing? Because the thing, and I'll even go a step further. When you say you're frustrated, I get mad almost. I get irritated. It's like I am putting my work, I am putting a lot of my time and effort into trying to give the best experience you can. And all these other players are doing so too. They are giving me a chunk of their time. Respect that time. It is.
Yep.
It's a self. It's. It honestly goes back to the edgy thing. The people who want to go off and have 30 minutes of undivided time. It's a selfish. It's a bit of a selfish act, and that's where I get annoyed. It's all about engaging and making this a fun time for everyone. I think some people forget that, both on no matter which side of the screen you're on.
Yeah, you hit on one of my like big pet peeves. You're right. Effort and engagement is the most important. And us as GMs, we are handling the bulk of the work, honestly. We're developing storylines or prepping storylines or creating maps or designing encounters. We're doing like all this work. And when I'm like, all I'm asking you to do is like level up your character, and I have to ask you 9 times to do it, I get super frustrated. And then you're showing up to game session and you're like, I don't know what spells I'm taking for this level. I'm like, it's been 2 weeks. I asked you multiple times, do you need help? I engage with you, like we're doing all this work and you can't even like pick a spell, and you're trying to like level up on the spot. Super frustrating. And like I'm just asking for like the bare minimum half the time from my players, like be engaged, ask questions, respond to a message in the Discord. Like if I say, hey, is everybody good to play in 6 days, make a post and be like yes or no. I shouldn't have to ask 7 times if everybody's ready to play, and then track you down and find your personal phone number and call you, and it gets frustrating.
Hey, session started 20 minutes ago. Are you going to show up? No, I'm not feeling it today.
Oh, the worst.
That's today.
I have removed players from games. I have player great friend in real life, but I'm like, hey, like we have session, like where are you at? So it's important to know when I have in-person sessions, we have meals before every session. We have dinner, we have like a potluck. We order food. We always eat first. So we meet up like an hour before game time to eat and socialize, and then we do the game. And I'm like, and this player has not shown up. It's game time. They still haven't shown up. We're like, hey, where are you? Like, are you coming? What's going on? Can't get a hold of them. It's 15, 20 minutes in. We haven't started yet. We're like, where are you? They're like, oh, I got hungry, so I decided to go get food and bring it back to my roommates, and we're eating right now. I'll be over later.
What?
That's not how this works. The movie starts at 6. If you show up at 6:45, you're going to miss the first 45 minutes of the movie.
So I was like, you know what? Like, don't bother showing up. Like, you're out of the group. But, like, the bare minimum, right? Come on.
Yeah, no, I mean, the amount of effort definitely is a huge thing. Like I said, when I was running games for my son and his friends, all of which were 11, 12, 13, right? So very, very young players. I had one of the kid dads was in the group, and I invited one of my good friends, recently passed away. I'm going to give a shout out to Crazy here. Those of you on the server know him, Crazy Gaming Unicorn. His name was Jeremy.
Unfortunately departed.
Yeah, he passed on just last week due to cancer. But I had invited him to the session as my assistant GM because I knew if I was going to be managing a table of teenagers, I was going to need another voice of reason at the table. And Jeremy was the epitome of role-playing.
Role-playing what?
Genius.
Okay.
He was the tabletop RPG guru, the guy to go to. He was literally like the dungeon master from the cartoon series, right? That was him, except he was
his profile picture.
Right, yeah. He was in real life, he was like 6'7", and his hair came down halfway down his back. Great guy. but he was the Dungeons and Dragons guru, and he came and he helped me start the sessions with these young players until his condition occurred and he had to move back with his family, receive care in his final months. But having that experience at the table, that's willing to help and again put forth the effort to help, especially when you're dealing with players that are so new that they really don't know what's going on, is a godsend. And
Yeah.
So I just wanted to, while we were in stream, say, that he's going to be, it's an asset that D&D is going to be lacking for the rest of my life, as far as I'm concerned.
He was a phenomenal player and friend. For those of you who have watched us for a while, he played Eretos in our Skies of Icarius campaign. Great role player, great person. He was honestly our first choice to be a moderator for Digital Dungeons, but unfortunately he got sick and has unfortunately passed away. But to try to bring things back up,
my bad.
Olive, what's your take on this stance?
I lost the original question.
New and experienced players.
New players.
Oh,
Experienced
right.
players,
Okay,
right.
yeah. I literally had some, and then I got distracted by listening to you guys talk. Okay, yeah. So I'm in most of my groups, I'm the most experienced player at the table. Which 8 years isn't that long, considering all of you have been playing longer than I've been alive. But
I've only been playing 15.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're here.
It's true. Listen, I'm a baby. It's I don't know how I'm.
You need a nap?
Yeah, I do need a nap. Stop. Bayard and I were talking.
Thank you for the
about
donation.
How we regret not taking naps. Yes, thank you for the donation. We were talking about how we regret not taking naps before this started. But that aside, I was gonna say some words. Yes, thank you for the donation. In one of the groups I actually just had to leave. I had been playing easily the longest. I had been playing 3 times as long as anyone else in the group. And the DM had only been into D&D for 5 months, and this was the first game I think it was the first game he ever did for 5e at all. And he was DMing it, obviously, and I was trying really hard to help him. I didn't want to force myself into the co-DM position, but he asked me hey, I'd love some pointers. I'd love you if there are any rule corrections that need to be made, if you could hop in, that would be great. And so I started doing that because he asked me to, and then he was oh, can you not talk up so much? And I was yeah, okay, I won't do the thing you asked me to, and he just kept flip-flopping back and forth. So I agree, experienced people at your table is a very important asset to have, as being that asset usually. But I just want to echo what all of you said. Having a new player doesn't mean a bad player. Sometimes new players are better, are more well equipped than experienced players for certain games or certain tables or the
Oh, I definitely love new players. Can bring an energy that those of us who have been playing forever, sometimes we do get into ruts, or we approach things a certain way because we're used to how we've been playing for so long. And playing with new people or people who have never played before, the enthusiasm and the excitement and the things that they want to do, they can just bring a whole new dimension to the game, and it's phenomenal to have them around, especially if they want to try out Pathfinder 2nd edition. It's just
I think one thing. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go for it.
I think one thing to remember when you do have new players is when you have a bunch of veterans playing the game, you almost have to play a different style of story, and you got to remember that a perfect example is as you've been a DM or in a bunch of campaigns for forever, and you've already seen the typical hero's journey, the sudden betrayal, like all of these things that you'd find on pages of TV tropes. And
Traps in 10 feet.
Yeah, you got to play all of these things that, as a veteran of tabletops in general, you know about. But now you get to almost go back to a more, I want to say a simpler time, because that's not fair. But you get to go back to, honestly, a simpler story, and get to enjoy the sheer joy of watching someone else get to be a big damn hero. And honestly, that's a nice thing that you got to remember. They haven't got to be the hero of their campaign. They haven't got to stop the evil wizard. They haven't got to meet Strahd Zarovic for the first time. Like all of these things that people get to experience for the first time, you almost, as a veteran player or as a GM, get to experience it with them. And that energy, if you could bottle it and sell it, you'd be a millionaire.
Oh yeah, like the best scenario.
I still haven't met Strahd. So.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've never met
soon.
Strahd either. The best thing, like a great example, right? When I met my wife, she'd never watched Star Wars before. So getting to see Empire Strikes Back and her finding out, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen Star Wars, that Vader is Luke's father, like you get to see, you know, you get to see that reaction for the first time ever. And you're just like, it's so great to see someone else get to experience that, right? And you get that with tabletop RPGs too. I've played Lost Mines of Phandelver like 8 times teaching people the game. It's a different experience every time to get to see how people react, or the first time they ever see their first dragon, the first time they ever get to encounter a certain thing is a great experience, and it's reinvigorating as a GM.
First nat 20, the first nat 1, the first player death?
Yeah, first player death is always...
First player death.
Player character death. We're not condoning killing players.
No, I kill players.
Okay, we're here to raise money for kids, not murder.
We're gonna adjust that to kills players' spirits. Yes, that's how.
Yeah, that's
Amendo.
what I said. Yeah, oh my gosh, same here, Baird. I've played Lost Mines of Phandelver a countless amounts of times, but this most recent time I played it, we had one person in the party was brand new to D&D, and watching her experience like the firsts of all those things, it was so fun. Like it was just like I was like living vicariously through her. And like even now, like she's still only been playing for like a year and a half, because that's how long our group has been going on. And like there's still things that she's like, oh, I get to do this for the first time. Like she's playing a barbarian for the first time, she's playing a druid for the first time, and like watching her learn how to spellcast and all that, it's so fun. But
Definitely.
yeah, I think...
Good times.
Alrighty then. Next question.
Yes. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna get to the 2 questions I've been most excited for all night. Starting with, what is your current favorite game that you're GMing? And I am going to start with, I know we're all like antsy to answer, so I'm gonna start with Sangstorm because he's first on my list.
Okay. So, I mentioned I'm only GMing 2 games right now. I know, only. They actually just both really started up, and they're exploring the opening bits of humanity and the Skegfolk, the proto-dwarves. I'm excited for both of them equally, which doesn't seem really fair, but considering that their interactions are at the same time, and one's interaction in a location can actually affect the other one, is going to be a big thing. So I can't really say which one of them is my favorite because they're codependent. Also, we're only in session 3, so I actually had about a month of prep time just getting the group together and getting ready for it. I've been wanting to run this campaign for like 5-6 months now, but it's all part of this massive 10-year homebrew world. As far as it all goes, my group of the humans are people I know or have played with in real life, with the exception of one who's a friend of a friend. So I get to have a bunch of in jokes with our previous campaigns and characters, and they're getting to test a bunch of homebrew classes that I've been working on, because the system's a little different. It's a modified 5e, but one of them is playing a Harrier, which is basically a hit and run character. Another one's playing a Hunter, who's basically turn one thing dead at a time. Another one's playing a Bannerman who gets to inspire his teamwork, and watching everyone get to kind of go through these new mechanics, and me sitting there going, interesting. That's overpowered. That needs to be tuned. That's silly. That's just dumb. And it's great watching them. Meanwhile, my Dwarven campaign, the Skeg folk, are all newer players, ones I've grabbed either from Digital Dungeons or from a post I made on Reddit. And these guys have taken the ball and ran with it as far as making their characters. So the whole premise is that whatever classes they choose, they're doing regular classes, but all of those classes, rather than adventurers who get to be the one-off weirdos in their tribes and societies, that's what the society is built on. So we had 3 of the 6 players who originally wrote were writing about runes, and all of their backstories involved the runic script in some way. We had a rune knight, we had a rogue whose job is to ensure accuracy of all the writing that's ever been, and we had a couple others. We even had a warlock who talks to critters of the depths and basically makes it so sailors don't get possessed and walk off into the sea and drown themselves. But we've got both of these campaigns are just starting off, and they're enjoying it, and everyone's having a great time. I'm having a great time too. So both campaigns, can't pick a favorite. Also, some of them might be watching.
Yeah, so you can't pick favorites while your kids are watching.
That's right.
I'll ask you after the
all my
stream
children.
I'll ask you after the stream who your actual favorite is. Don't worry.
It's all my break time. It's all my break time. It's my favorite.
And then next is Bayard. I know you're not
Yeah,
playing much nowadays.
I'm
but-
only running one game right now, so it makes my choice pretty easy. I like to usually keep 2 games running at all times, but as you all know, I'm preparing to move to the other side of the world. So time zone changes and everything else, I don't feel it's right to start another game. Just have to take a break for like 3 months. So once I get moved and situated, I'll do more. So my favorite game right now is Agents of Edgewatch, a Pathfinder 2nd Edition adventure module. We will actually be playing tomorrow. We are back from our summer break. So we will be doing Agents of Edgewatch starting tomorrow, 2 hours from now. So whatever time that is for you guys elsewhere in the world is 3 o'clock in Hawaiian time, where we all live currently. We'll go back to that.
Yeah.
Episode, it's session like 18 or something. We'll be streaming it here online. It's actually a really great group. Some of my players are watching right now, including Groons in the chat with us. But it's actually a lot of fun. Groon actually is the most experienced player, came in a little late. One of our players had to leave. When I started the group, they were all pretty much new. My wife had played 5th edition once before. The people playing Siddig and Lily had pretty much never played. And then Han had only played the Fall of Plaguestone with us, which you can see on our YouTube channel. So they were all new players. So it was actually new players and new system. We were trying out Pathfinder 2nd Edition, best D20 based system on the market today. And we actually have a lot of fun. There's a lot of really good role playing. There's a lot of good character interactions. It's really been great. It's one of the first games I've had in a really long time that doesn't have Blue Man and Simple Zach in it. They are usually my cadre, the other founders of Digital Dungeons. We play almost every game together. They are my favorite players by far. But, don't say that to any of the other people. As we move online, eventually we'll, one day I'll retire and I'll invite all the players that I played with online to come move to the same city as me and start our own super group. We won't be able to invite Olive because you're Canadian, so sorry.
I will drive across the border to come play.
But of course, I think it's hard to say the best games ever, but I've had some phenomenal groups, and thankfully our Agents of Edgewatch game is a fantastic game with a bunch of people. I love playing with them right now. I'm really looking forward starting next year when I'm settled. I'm going to either run Strength of Thousands or I'm going to run Abomination Vaults as another Pathfinder long-term campaign. And then I'm looking to run Malevolence as a short-term campaign. All Pathfinder pre-written stuff. And then eventually I'm planning out a long-term kind of homebrew game once things are settled and things are good to go. But that's what I'm running right now. So my favorite one is the one I'm actually playing in.
I like it. Vulcan.
So I'm actually currently not running any games at the moment. The last campaign that I was running was my son's game, and that was ran through Dragon Heist Waterdeep.
Yes.
It was a good game. They had fun with that. When they got to find out that the dwarf in the vault was actually a dragon. Spoiler.
Spoiler!
I'm supposed to say spoiler beforehand. I haven't finished
Is
reading.
that
the
how that
novel.
works? I've never done it before. I don't know. Anyways,
You're evil.
That's why we don't invite Vulcan back to games.
Yeah, Vulcan's not allowed anymore.
no, because I'm cursed. But no, they had a great time with it. So I'm gonna be running another game here in a couple months. I'm gonna be starting Horde of the Dragon.
Yes.
For my son and his new group of friends that are gonna be coming to play, because some of the other ones PCS'd away. And for those of you that aren't military, that means they moved. They had to go somewhere else to work. So, so that I'm going to be running that, and then I'm thinking about running a Adventurers Guild style, or those that know it, the West Marches style
Yes.
game for some of my coworkers, and get them back into gaming a little bit because they've been busy as all hell. So we'll see.
And West Marches is always a good style to be able to do because you don't have to schedule anything.
Right.
Or you have to have minimal scheduling.
Right, and you don't even necessarily need to have the same character. Like, you can have multiple characters available. It's like whichever one you feel like playing, right? You pull them out, right, and then you just tailor the game to whichever players / characters show up for the day. It's like, okay, so this is the mission that's on the board. Go do it, sort of thing.
Yep.
And right, so you can have multiple options for gaming things available, and you build your society around you as you go. So,
You did remind me that season 3 of Pathfinder Society is launching in a couple days. I think they're actually for Tabletop Appreciation Weekend. I think Paizo is streaming.
Anything I talk about involve Pathfinder?
You said Adventurers League and Pathfinder Society is the version.
Guild.
Yeah,
Guild.
whatever.
I said
It reminded me.
Guild.
It reminded me. So, anyways, I am gonna look to run Pathfinder Society scenarios as one-shots on the server. Not using society rules, but just one-shots for the society scenarios, starting with season 3 here shortly.
That'll be cool.
Not streamed games either, so it'll be open to more people and less prep work on my side.
Yeah.
Less pressure for you also.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's what I'm working on right now. Is not much, just prepping for my upcoming session. And my son
Nice.
at work.
You love to see it, honestly.
Bringing up the next generation of geeks, always good.
As you should be. Thank you for
That
doing
way you'll have
God's work.
players younger than you, Olive.
All right, shut up. Okay, yeah. I suppose
Such a
if
thing
I
possible?
get to bully you for being old, you get to bully me for being young. Damn, why you born that year?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I am running 3. Okay, so I'm in 7 games, playing 4, running 3. Also, word of advice: don't be in 7 games at once.
That's how we know you're young.
I highly don't recommend it, because I'm insane, and that's the only reason I play this much. But okay, it's hard because Vulcan is sitting right there, and I can feel him staring at me through the screen. And he's in one of my games. But I am gonna have to say
You've had, what, 2 sessions?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm gonna have to say my Out of the Abyss game. I'm so sorry, Vulcan.
No, it's okay.
I would die for Septus. If I could have him in my Out of the Abyss game, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have to say my Out of the Abyss game because it's with the party that I've been playing for almost a year and a half now. All of our games are set in the same universe, and this is like our oldest one timeline wise. So it takes place 30 years before the first campaign started. And the shenanigans I get up to because it's so far back in the timeline are superb. All of the characters are super fun. It's a kind of cursed party, but not too badly cursed.
Curse?
What?
Not Vulcan
No,
curse.
not that kind of curse. Like a party composition cursed. We have a ranger. We did have a bard before a demogorgon killed her. What kind of evil DM would do that? We have a wizard, multiclassing, and a paladin, an artificer, a rogue. I feel like I'm missing someone. Oh yeah, and then we also have a fighter now because the bard died. But yeah, it's been a super fun game. I really like taking modules and then just like completely gutting them. Like I take the framework, gut everything else, and then put in my own story. Because that's just how I run a game. But yeah, it's been super fun so far, and things are starting to really ramp up, and characters are starting to feel the consequences of their actions. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. They've made some decisions. They really made some decisions, and I don't.
Consequences are all well and good, except when the consequences for things that you didn't have a choice for, because it's literally what you were hired to do.
Okay, they weren't hired to do anything. They're just trying to. Are you talking about Septus
No,
right now?
no, he's talking about our campaign where he consistently had opportunities to put a stop to the enslavement of his people, but he ran away every time.
Me.
Something else happened, and I couldn't do anything about it.
No, here's the thing. You're right, I think. I like it. But yeah, Out of the Abyss has been a blast. I was really scared to run it because of just like I'm not super into like survival games and like long traveling times, but I truly just took it and then ran with it. And now I think the party's having fun. They keep telling me they're having fun, and maybe one day I'll believe it.
So, I would like to say, just if I can come back on real quick, there is one other game that I intend to run that I have promised Bayard that I would run, and it is going to be an all-bard campaign.
Yes!
Okay, at some point...
All half races, too.
Half races. All half races, right?
Oh!
All half human and half something else, right? And you're all the kids of this one guy.
Yes!
Who was a retired bard.
Oh!
Yes? Okay.
Ooh.
So, I will get there eventually, after I retire from the military, and I have a little more time on my hands to develop the scene and the scenario and the why.
Gotta find Daddy while putting on rock concerts.
Yes! All-bard campaign.
Yeah. So, I will be doing that. And eventually I'll be recruiting through DDA when we get around to that for people.
I demand an invite. This is me publicly saying I demand an invite. Your local bard main.
So Bayard has been promised one slot. So we'll see. So yeah, I guess I can maybe make a promissory slot for all of here. We'll see.
Yay!
But we'll
I do think, as far as the idea of future campaigns, I'm probably going to be running I haven't quite decided on it yet, but I do kind of want to run a third race campaign, and this one being a little shorter form, but like a 10 to 15 session one that gets the history of another race, to where the only restriction is that everyone gives me the same race and we all come up with the backstory of the world, but then what happens is that becomes canon, and that's what happens at the beginning of the world. So but this one I want people to create a race together because that sounds like fun.
I like it. I
got a race for you. Here, you can have my Lupine race that I homebrewed.
Wolf people?
Excellent.
No, Lupine, not
Rabbit people.
Not Lupin.
Not Lupin, Lupine. Lapine. Rabbit folk.
Okay.
Excellent. Excellent.
I actually just redid that. Actually, I homebrewed it and fixed it because there were some things about it that were very not right. So I had to go back
Fair
through and
enough.
rebalance it. So
Speaking of races, next question. What is your current favorite character you're playing? And I'm going to go in the opposite direction this time, starting with Vulcan.
oh boy, oh god, this is a tough one for me because I have hundreds of characters. I've been playing for so long.
The answer
and-
is Septus.
Okay, so for my Curse of Strahd campaign, my favorite character is Septus. And Septus is okay. So there's a homebrew that is available for purchase out there, called the Compendium of Forgotten Secrets. Okay, it is an amazing piece of homebrew that has multiple warlock patrons, but they also have other races that are available based off of these warlock patrons, as well as other classes that tie into those patrons in some cases. It's a huge, well put together book. And Septus is designed from one of those patrons called the Forgotten Graveyard, or Forbidden Graveyard, my bad. And basically the idea is you died and you were getting ready to cross to the other side, and you were in the Forbidden Graveyard on your way to pass through the final gate. But some part of you latched on to the gate, and your soul got bound to the Forbidden Graveyard. And basically you get put back in your body, and you have to pay back the Forbidden Graveyard for letting your soul carry on. So you become a reaper, essentially. You become a collector of souls for the graveyard in order to move souls to the other side. And so I'm playing a fallen Aasimar. Like, he was an Aasimar, then he died, he came back, so he's fallen, right? That his name is Septus Methuselah, formerly
Whom I would die for.
and he's a very grave taker. You know, he's like, oh, let me get you measured for your coffin here, sir, because you're gonna need it. Sort of individual. Very interested about death. Randomly talks to dead bodies.
Happens.
His no pulse, so to speak of, right?
Sometimes ravens hate him.
Yes, indeed. Raven's not fond of him because the Raven Queen is like, wait a minute, you're not dead, but you're dead and you're collecting souls? That's my job. So at least in Olive's homebrew world of the Raven.
Yep.
But whatever the case may be, that's for that campaign, definitely. My other character that I'm currently playing in another game is the worst race in D&D 5e, Dragonborn. Right.
Standard human? That's a fun way to pronounce standard human.
No. Standard human. You could be variant human or standard human. Standard human, you get a full 1 point per stat. You know, you get some bonuses to being a human. It's not that bad. It's actually a decent thing. You're very flexible as a human. Dragonborns, you get a breath weapon. Oh, congratulations. You don't get increased armor class. Your breath weapon you can use once per short rest, and it's not even that good. It barely scales.
They're coming out with a new book with options.
Right.
I've never heard kobold pronounced like that.
No, kobolds are fun. Kobolds
It makes them amazing.
But so the Wildemount has some decent, like, you can actually fly, you get wings, or you can get your armor class, or whatever the case may be. You know, so there's some options out there. They tried to fix it when they released Xanathar's Guide, and they gave some of the racial features that you can take some feats. But, you know, it's not a balanced race at all.
They're trying to fix it again, to be fair.
Yeah, Treasury of Dragons.
As races go, if you look at the balance ratio, humans fall exactly balanced. Perfect. Dragonborn fall on the light side of balance. Like, you are weak as a race. If you look at the actual balance, yes. Whatever the case may be. But anyways, Torvin Dracodandian, raised by dwarves.
King.
Is a Valor Bard and the tank of our party.
Oh no!
Yes. With my +1 breastplate and my magic rod, my magic longsword, my +1 longsword that I acquired. He is the tank. He's got a 19 AC, as the bard. We also have a paladin, but the paladin is not a primary character, it's a secondary character. So they're
God.
lower level than everybody else. So the paladin's not the main tank. He's
That sounds
literally
insane.
there to protect a specific person. He was hired as the guard for someone specifically. So he's not the party's. I am as the bard, and he's there are rumors that Torvin may have pole danced naked in the town of Phandelver.
Rumors.
There are, these
There would have been eyewitness accounts, but we've gouged them all out.
Look at that. No.
Oh God.
Nasty, dirty rumors, lies have to be. He's a fun character to play. He just recently got polymorph and got to use it for the first time.
Yes.
Polymorphed into a giant ape, and just beat the shit out of some snake folk.
Of course he should.
Because they were
As
trying
you
to
do.
burn the bridge.
Yo, fuck them snakes.
But that's my two characters that I am actively playing right now. I have others on my one-shot servers that I play on, but I'm not active right now because they're currently in a lull for games at the moment. So there are plenty of characters I could talk about, but I'll use those two because they're currently active. If Curse of Strahd ever actually plays.
All right, well, that's anyways. Bayard, tell us. I mean, you don't have any characters.
I don't have any characters.
So tell us about your favorite NPC.
So, I like gnome NPCs because I like to give like a spin on gnome characters where they just talk really fast, like they don't breathe. If anybody's a fan of Dragonlance and you've ever read like Gully Gnomes and when they type the text, there's no spaces in all their words, or Tinker Gnomes rather. I like to run them that way, so it's a lot of fun to run those.
Worded edgewise is impossible.
But that's what makes it so fun. See,
No, it's not fun.
so. But no, I have like character concepts that I'm working on. Different bards, goblin characters, some fun things here and there. Eventually, maybe I'll get a chance to actually play a game and not be the GM. But
you a slot.
but it's difficult to fall in love with NPCs because they constantly, you're moving all the time. NPCs don't really follow the party around as often. Sometimes it occurs, sometimes it happens. But
not unless you say, "Hey, party, here's an NPC that you have to, or else you're gonna get insanely lost in the Underdark."
Yeah, but I don't like doing that. I'd rather just get insanely lost in the Underdark and then be like,
I guess that's nice to my players or whatever.
Well, Blue Man and Simple Zach say that I'm like a Dark Souls DM, so I'm just like, you're all in the Underdark and none of you are from here and none of you have dark vision and no torches. This is gonna be a fun session. No, I'm not just gonna give you a torch. Like, duh.
Can we makeshift the torch?
So,
well, there's these mushrooms here. Can we burn a mushroom?
how do you see the mushrooms? How are you? But
You want to get a mushroom? Okay, roll Constitution.
Noxious fumes. Right now, I'll say I really, really hope I get a chance to play in a Pathfinder 2nd Edition game and play the new Magus that just got released because I've been reading about it. Playing Gish type characters, like I love the concept of a Gish. I want to play a Magus like so bad, so hopefully I'll get a chance to play after I move or something like that. I've got some ideas for how I would build the character. I haven't come up with ideas of personality or race or anything because it's a long ways off for me. But I love building characters and I don't mind if they die because then I get to build more characters. So that's it for me pretty much. I'm okay. Like, I love my characters. Like, I love Lenara. She was a great paladin, but she sacrificed herself saving everybody else, so that's okay. It's in with what she would have done, right? So characters die, they move on. Tomorrow, Groon in our Agents of Edgewatch game is probably going to get eaten by a bunch of black puddings and die, and he'll have to bring in a new character. He's in chat right now, so if you see chat posting about Groon not wanting to die or something. He's gonna get eaten by black puddings. We're starting the session tomorrow with black puddings eating Groon and killing a player character. So if you guys are interested in that.
I do think Groon posted about. Yeah. Groon was posted about in the chat. Sad.
He's about diplomacy won't help him in this situation. For those of you who watch Agents of Edgewatch, Groon named his axe diplomacy. So he's an orc barbarian.
That's good. Sangstorm, tell us about your favorite character.
So I'm gonna have to go with the previous one because again, I'm just a GM. But so in a world that's full of bleak and horrible things, there always has to be an agent of the light. There has to be someone that is the representation of justice and honor. And when you think of that voice, this should be the one you hear when you come on. We gotta go protect the people. You need to meet Dimitri Zelatos. And his whole thing, he's the Jersey Paladin, alright? Bada bing. Cool. So, classic fun character. He's a big man. He's a big man that got into adventuring because he saw his favorite heroes, and he outright wanted to be just like them. He's about 6'6" and 300 pounds, built of all the muscles. And, well, the humans needed to go get a diplomat to these other folks, so he's like, I'm gonna do the duty. Until unfortunately one of his closest friends, a cleric of the same god, regrettably, it's a tough story. Sorry. The cleric was a bargaining chip for the god of death, and the god of death decided to renege on their deal. So Mr. Goody Goody Paladin decided to go complete edgelord, and he's on a vengeance mode to kill the god of death. Which
I think could be.
Yeah, no, and then it's like, this was the goodest boy. He was the cleric that was always on the right side. He was always on this, and now he's pissed, but he still throws like this. For a character reference, it's been mentioned a bit, but he's wrestling dork. I love professional wrestling, and always have. I basically made him Enzo Amore, if you're familiar. Basically, it's just this loudmouth, just overly flamboyant person, and he's super loud. And this character was so fun to play because I was talking like you should expect me to be some kind of like scumbag businessman, and no, he's the most virtuous person in the party. He's a bit better hobo-y sometimes because well, he's lived a life of an adventure for the past 6 years. The answer is go fight a monster and beat it up. So diplomacy was never his strong suit. His falchion was very strong suit.
Okay.
But it was a load of fun to play. As far as the current NPCs I've got, I've got to look. So the human campaign I've got is all built around. They're basically taking the opening for Monster Hunter, and where there's these fleets that come to a new land, and they're about to start humanity that, and so each of the fleets has a different color, and each of the colors has a different like personality. And I've got these twin sisters where they're basically the scout and the historian that follows the scout to make sure, like, records what the scout does and all the things they find. So you've got the scout, who's a very calm person, very straightforward, says exactly what you need. And you've got her sister, who is so excited to be here and just, come on team, we gotta get this going, we gotta go, and let's do this thing, you guys have this, and it's obnoxious. It's such a fun dichotomy to play, because like one of them is super low energy and the other one is just, hey, well, let's go team. They're the person who would do the good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Good morning. Everyone's been on that. I'm sure it's awful and it's great. How about you?
What about me?
We know this whole question was just a setup for you to gush about your own characters, Olive. So go ahead and take it away. Show us all the artwork and.
So here's the thing. Do you want to see all of them?
I don't know that we have that much time left in the stream
Okay.
for a donation.
Let me preface this with something. Hold on. Okay, so I've played. I'm gonna pop something up on the screen. I've played a lot of characters. This is probably like 2/3 of all of my characters, and I did this drawing a bit ago. But I play a lot of D&D. This is. I also have a picture of like all. These are all the characters those are all the characters I have played, and what's loading right now is all the characters I am currently playing. But I am gonna cheat a little bit and say and give a twofer for one of them. So my two favorite characters I am currently playing is Alortian, who is over on the left there, who I am gonna pull up a different art of, which is her. Alortian, and then my other favorite character right now is Melgry. So these two are siblings, in the loosest sense of the word. Melgry, I think I explained this earlier in the stream, but like, basically her adoptive father genocided her people and then stole her as a prize. And she didn't know that, and she thought she was an elf for like the first 7 years of her life, which like goblins have a pretty short lifespan, so like that's like a good amount of time for her. But eventually she found out that she's not a goblin, and she took control of her life, and maybe she went to hell, and maybe Baphomet ripped her magic off of her soul, and like maybe she's a bit traumatized from all of that. But like, you know what? She's living her best life right now. She's the head of the mafia in Neverwinter, and she basically rules the city with a very green fist. And she's living her best life, or she was, until her sister came looking for her, which is Alortian. Alortian was like 5 years after Melgry went missing. She was like, "Oh hey, where's my sister? Maybe I should go look for her." And then went and doodle-dooed over to Faerun to go try and find her, and found her in a very inconvenient way. And the two of them haven't actually talked much, despite having like they haven't seen each other in a good few years. It's been 5 years for Alortian, but because of timey-wimey stuff, it's been 11 years for Melgry.
5 years to an elf is only like a couple minutes, so.
Exactly, but like 11 years to a goblin, that is forever.
That's half their life.
Yeah, that's basically half their life.
I just feel like the idea that elves actually just adopt goblins, kind of like humans have pet hamsters.
So,
it's like, we know they're gonna pass away, but you know what? They're so adorable.
So that's the thing. Everyone in Evermeet, they're from Evermeet, like sort of treated Melgry. Her name was Avocado. She recently found out her actual birth name was Melgry, but her elf family named her Avocado. Everything about her life is complicated, but like, anyways, yeah, where was I? Oh, Alortian and Melgry need to talk to each other. That's the root of this problem, is that the two of them just have a really hard time properly communicating with one another. And Melgry, she talks like this. She talks in a really shitty Russian accent that I do. And what?
I thought that was Valley Girl for a sec.
No,
like,
it's not.
My God, it was totally like Ev.
So when I first started talking as Melgry, like when I first started playing her, I accidentally sort of started talking like Jester from Critical Role, and I didn't mean to, so I tried to steer hard left away from that, and somehow we ended up on this, and like it's not perfect, but like here we are. And then Alortian, she is meant to have a French accent, and despite the fact that I, Olive, can actually speak French, I cannot do a French accent to save my life, so it also ends up as really shitty Russian. So like that's that.
So language accents is nurture, not nature. That's what we're learning.
Yeah, because like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into the psychology of languages and accents, but
Linguistics is always a fun time, so.
Yeah, and then my favorite NPC right now is a Vistani boy named Anton, who acts really suspicious, but he really means well. But yeah, that's my characters.
Pepper spray.
Pepper spray. Yeah, I forgot you met Anton. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Anton, I love him.
Yes. Yes, they sell it at this one place on a plane called Earth.
Yeah,
the
they
store
sell-
called Walmart.
Wall, the part of the wall. It's really
Walmart
they sell
of the
this.
wall. They sell this thing called this pepper spray. Here, this is what you want.
Yes, this is what you would be
Put on
looking
food.
for.
Very spicy. My character does just use regular pepper.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I
now
think
that we've all guessed about our characters.
I think we've got time for like one more round of like closing comments or another question, and we'll start kind of wrapping things up.
Yeah.
We're hitting
was
close
just
to
gonna-
4 hours, so
Yeah, I was just gonna talk about immersion and like how to keep immersion in your games.
I'm going to kill my children. Give me just a minute.
don't. My first key is don't rely on doing funny voices to be immersion.
No, please give us the old man from the tower.
Oh man, Bayard!
I can't do old man on demand. I have to work into it. I can only do shitty Irish on demand.
Boo!
Do you want which old man? Cozy old man?
Yes,
Crazy
give
old
us
man?
Cozy. Give us crazy old Cozy.
Okay. No. I gotta do vocal warm ups. No.
Well, you do that.
I
You
get
can
that.
help it do that. Sangstorm and I are going to talk about immersion.
Yeah, no.
Very well. See, for me, I have no problem doing voices, but again, I'm very fortunate enough to. What?
Totally.
Yes, I think
Yes.
we should just talk in our character voices for the rest of this stream.
By the way, I'll talk as Simon, so don't expect anything too fancy from him. Anyways, to keep immersion, it's not only on the DMs, but also the players, you see. As
Indeed.
fantastic as it is to
Aye.
have your people be willing to throw in, you need to remember that for serious moments, especially serious moments, they have to be able to take the proper gravitas with the entire system. If someone is about to die, you can't just be like, no, you can't have that because that's going to immediately, even as a jest, that will not work to be able to keep immersion. As such, making sure things like phones are muted or throwing in music, sound effects, I would highly recommend things like ambient mixer and tabletop audio, as well as perhaps having a Spotify. Keeping it relevant with your own character. One thing I've found to very much enjoy. Okay, I can't do this anymore. I've got to switch to a different character. So one thing I always find to enjoy with a character is make them a playlist. It gets your immersion in your head. Get the type of character that you want, and get your mentality in the right space with all that. Baird mentioned Sirenscape, which is also a good one. I haven't played that one yet, but I plan on it. If you're doing stream games, Sirenscape is great because they got a whole bunch of royalty-free stuff.
Yes, that's why we use Sirenscape almost exclusively on our Digital Dungeon stream, because it's all okay for streaming.
That'd be true. I made that mistake myself once when I was doing the Christmas game last year. One of the songs that I found open source, I found the song in order to use it in the stream, but apparently, even though it was in open source, it's still pinged on the not allowed to play sort of thing. Because
Yes, we got our first copyright strike from you. Not good.
Yeah. It was completely unintentional, laddie. I tell you, there's not much you can do about it when it happens, though. So for immersion, but yes, you close yourself off. You know, make your table aware that this is where you are right now. You're not supposed to be playing your games like somebody said. Someone was playing Clash of Clans on the phone. The only clan you need to be worrying about is your dwarven home clan, laddie. Don't praise Morden, but. But yes, you have to keep the game real. You gotta get focused on what you're doing. Know your character, know what you want to do next, especially if you're keeping combat moving, right? Things like that. You know what your character can do, and when your turns comes around, pay attention to what everyone else is doing, so you have your action ready, so that you're not delaying combat while you flip through 6 pages of your spell sheets and your available actions or which weapon you want to use. No, when you're getting ready.
And just remember, the whole goal of the game is to have fun. You need to have fun, especially if you want to keep immersion going. Those that are invested emotionally and socially will much be better than those who are not in order to keep immersion. It allows you to make more mistakes, which you will, and that is fine. But remember, it is all about having fun. Those that need to allow themselves to have immersion will do so if they let themselves.
Yeah, and like, listen, another part of it is like getting yourself immersed in the world as is. I understand we're cursed character voices, so this is my most cursed character voice. But like, personally, my one group, we love like learning about the world of the Forgotten Realms. So instead of like saying the word week, we'll all say like 10 day instead, you know, stuff like that. Or we'll say like, oh, it's the month of Hammer. We'll say right now in game we're on the day of Midwinter, so we're all saying, oh, happy Midwinter. Everyone we talk to is saying, oh, happy Midwinter, you know, even though we're in Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate is a piece of shit. You know, it's about getting yourself attuned to the world that you're in. That harkens back to player self-immersion as well, you know?
Yes, like we spoke a little bit earlier about needing to, you know, sort of prep for a session as you're preparing to go in. And some of that is learning a little bit about the world and the things and how they react around it can help. If you're referring to days of the week as Sunday and Monday, then, you know, it's difficult to get in that kind of mindset, right? If you're busy on your phone or your computer or you're trying to do something else and you're kind of checking out, then it's hard. I often use... Yes, I use lighting effects as a GM to I dim the lights when they're in a cavern or a cave and try to use sound effects through, of course, Sirenscape, as I mentioned, because it's stream friendly, but for a home game, any playlist, YouTube or Spotify or other things are easy to do, and then you want to try to feed off each other. That is one of the most important things. Read the room and pick up the cues on what's going on. As Sangstar mentioned about the gravitas, we all like to have fun and we like to get involved in the moment, but as you're having a sad funeral, it might not be the right time for a Monty Python joke. It breaks the scene for other people, and it's important to understand when the joke is correct and when it's not the right time.
Now, to be fair, lads, sometimes you have a character that literally their character doesn't understand gravitas, right? That's their thing, right? They get in there, you get into the situation, it's a serious situation, and your character is going to tell the bad joke because that's what they do. But it's fine. It's the way you play it, and it's the way your party then reacts to you and says, not right now, and then you play off of it.
If that's a character trait, then it's perfectly acceptable for that to be the way that you interact, and the party can react to that intentionally. But if you're making, you know, out of character jokes or things like that, that's what breaks the situation.
He's got it in one now, he does. I believe that making sure you understand what's in character versus what's out of character is a bit of importance. I'm thinking we're just kind of talking around in circles here. What were you gonna say, Olive?
Well, I do think that we're talking in circles. I think you're right.
Here's the thing. Listen, dude. Listen. The thing is, we all just like are so correct that we all just keep working off each other, and we're like so great. Cha, dude.
Look, oh man, you gotta see how completely immersed we are.
So we are just truly all just talking over each other, man. This is sick as hell.
To be fair, you know, everyone's had their time, and we're coming towards the end. And
Yeah,
as you
dude.
come towards the end, you do have to pay your dues, so to say. So, in that sense, I think it's probably a good time for all of us to just go ahead and pay our respects and say our goodbyes
Yes.
as we collect your souls and pass them on through the.
Yes, we gotta
Oi.
pay our respects to Lulf. Everyone find your local spider and give it a little pet. Cha, dude.
Or if you want, you can of course go out to Extra Life and pay your respects there. Everybody would love to get a donation for the friendly local children that can help out local hospitals in the region.
We don't want to take the children's souls too soon now. That would be
Not-
unfair reaping, as the term might be considered.
Remember that if you want to join us, if you want to join in this kind of conversation in the future, if you want to be part of a group, a congregation, instead of that, you can always join the Discord here. And do not forget to follow this channel for future extra life events, and as well as proper D&D, or Pathfinder as it were. Pathfinder in my channel. Agents of Edgewatch tomorrow.
And of course, darlings, if you were to join the Digital Dungeons Academy, you could join in bullying me, which is the favorite sport of the chat, I think.
Fair. To be fair, Olive does her fair share of bullying. You know.
Listen,
the
I
ultimate-
bully Vulcan, and that's it.
and those of us that are cursed.
It's totally justified. Don't worry.
It's the bully Vulcan and Olive show.
Oh golly. But yes. Now, thank you all for coming. I had a
Yes.
blast with this.
Same.
Anyone else?
I have also had a blast.
I mean, I could probably look around the world and find a couple more accents, but I'm running out of things
Drop-
to say.
Drop it.
I've got a few more, but those characters haven't.
Gotta
been
save them
talked about, so
for
we can
future
go through,
sessions.
Right?
Yeah, drop it. Drop an olive in the chat.
Also, did we just get another $25 donation? Am I reading it correct?
We did. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Oh,
kids, it's all for the saving lives and helping
hell yeah!
people.
Yeah, so I'll start, closing comments from everybody, and then I'll wrap up. We'll just start from the bottom of my list. So Vulcan, closing comments.
Yeah, no, like I was saying, throughout this thing, so it's about being accepting. It's about having fun, like Sanctuary said. It's about, everyone coming together and sharing in a hobby, sharing in a pastime, and learning something new sometimes. If I had the time, I would happily do the new to D&D sessions that I always intended to do, that I only ever ended up doing one, unfortunately, because my life sucks. But when you do these sort of things, you get to have, you meet fun people, you have a good time, you get to make characters and experience a part of yourself that maybe you never got to actually be in real life. Your characters are an extension of you. Be your best character in real life, and in Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder.
In real life. You can also be your best self in real life.
That's what I said. Be your best character in real life, right? Be you.
Mhm.
Be your best you. And thank
Also
you.
learn to listen, because apparently I'm good at that.
Right. Thank you for the donations. If you got anything good from this stream, we're great. We're thankful for that. We're happy to help. Come to the Digital Dungeons Academy and ask any other questions that didn't get answered. Maybe if this takes off well enough, we can do another one, right? But
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
this that's gonna be Grumpy Dwarf signing off over. So
Yeah,
All right.
I
Sang,
will.
well, Sang's turn. You closing comments. Olive, you have to wait.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yes,
Sorry.
So, again, everyone, thanks for having me here. I will just say to promote once again the Discord. It is quite active these days, and it's always growing. We've got a bunch of cool GMs looking to run games, and a lot of players looking to run them if you are one of those. There's also a Guilded, which Shadows just pointed out. If you're familiar with that, it's cool. It's real cool. But invite your friends, and hopefully, again, I enjoyed being here, and I hope you guys enjoyed having me.
Of course we
But
did.
yeah,
100%. Great having you on board. Olive.
and
Oh,
I
wait.
hope Extra Life. I hope Extra Life goes well, because they need the entertainment just as much as you guys do. You out there. You know,
I'll let our fantastic and wonderful moderator and artist, Olive, if you have some closing comments for the chat before I wrap stuff up.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just do a little quick show off of all the drawings I did. Did a little Melgry, halfway to a one sketch, bunch more, Strahd, as you should, bunch more. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for helping me reach my fundraising goal. I have bumped it up because I immediately surpassed my goal the second people started donating. So thank you for that, gang. And thanks for the dice. I guess that again, I didn't even know about that until I got the email just now. But yeah, thank you everyone for donating. Thanks for coming. Again, I would love to do this again in the future. I keep forgetting that technically this was my idea to do this. So like, thank you to the rest of you for like participating and indulging me, and for giving your insights along with me.
All right, well, we are definitely very thankful that you suggested this and we got an opportunity to do this. I just want to give a thanks, one, to Olive. They organized pretty much this whole thing. I said we wanted to do something for Tabletop Appreciation Weekend, and Sunday was already booked. Olive came up with this idea. They are the favorite mod of the Digital Dungeons Academy server. So phenomenal. Thank you for moderating, putting together the itinerary, and kind of putting this whole thing together. We raised $205 for charity. So we have, I believe, officially surpassed our 2020 fundraising total. And we are now in new territory. So thank you for everybody who donated today. Thank you for everybody who participated in the chat. All the new followers, all the new people who have joined the Discord. You know, we can't do this without you. We are a community here to help tabletop gamers. That is our goal. That is our objective. We do it through your all's help, and I am extraordinarily passionate about Extra Life, the mission that they do, the fundraising and helping out children. It goes to local hospitals as part of the Children's Miracle Network. It's a phenomenal thing. I'm happy. This is my second year running it. We've had phenomenal success with it. It all is because of people like you who give generously and donate. The fun doesn't stop. Tomorrow we are doing our regularly scheduled Agents of Edgewise game. We are dedicating that session to Extra Life. So if you watch and participate, we will have some incentives. Every Extra Life donation is going to award hero points. If they're full on hero points, we'll do some other things. Maybe a large enough Extra Life donation will keep Groon from being eaten by black puddings. Depending, divine intervention, we'll see how that goes. But I just want to thank everybody. We have never done a roundtable chat like this before. It was a brand new thing. Wasn't really certain how it was going to go. I think that this was phenomenal. This is one of the most fun experiences I have had on stream since we started the channel. I definitely want to try to do something like this again, get a bunch of people together and do another discussion. Maybe we'll poll the server for the types of questions they want us to go after. I think we had some amazing and great conversations and chats and experiences.
Voices.
And of course, character voices. It's very important when we're talking immersion. You know, you don't have to have a voice to have immersion, but sometimes it helps just a wee little bit to have it. But I enjoyed it a lot. We can't do this without you. Thank you so much for everybody, from us to you, for everything you've done. If you want to continue to be a part of this, join our Discord, join the chat, have conversations with us. That's where the magic happens, and that's how we help kids. And with that, that's where we're going to end for tonight. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a phenomenal rest of your Saturday. For those of you who still have Saturday time left, it's very early here in Hawaii time, but getting kind of later for you guys in the evening. But I appreciate it, and have a good night, everybody. Goodbye.
Have a wonderful time, everyone.